Hello, everyone. My name is Apostate Aladdin. The purpose of today's live stream is to have believers, Muslims or otherwise, call in and tell me why they believe what they believe. And the purpose of that is to try to understand them better and give them a chance to express their beliefs in their own words on the same platform where I talk about some of these religions or beliefs, not necessarily religions well defined. And so far, we only have one person waiting to join. The link to join is in the live chat. It's pinned to the live chat if you would like to join. And yeah, we will start talking about something tangentially related with the first caller. But first, I wanted to remind you if you are in a time zone where it's difficult to watch this live stream, don't worry. I have set another live stream for the weekend. You can find it on my YouTube page. It's in a time that would suit you a little better. And I'm trying to accommodate everyone. So I'll add more times as the time passes, I suppose. And what else was I going to mention? Yeah, if we don't get enough callers, we might stray away from the topic of today's live stream, but hopefully we will get some callers later on. And it's a lot easier to do this on TikTok because random people might come across a live stream on TikTok. It's a bit harder on YouTube. So if you would like to go follow me on TikTok and help make that happen, Linktree is in the description. 2 accounts right there. So let's start with Friendly Muslim. I'm going to add him to the live stream in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Friendly, how's it going?
Hello, how are you, bro?
I am good. Long time no see or hear.
Yeah, no, no. You took a little break, and life has been busy, so I hope things are resuming back to normal, and you're well, and
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. And we've spoken before for those who don't know. And today you wanted to talk about something else aside from the topic of why you believe. So, what did you want to talk about today?
I mean, it could still be about why I believe, and the funny thing is, after our last conversation, the topic we left it on was someone who is a believer, could they be committed to an ideology as a non-believer in something? And we kind of left it at a crossroads. That two people with a set of, someone believes in God, but they have a determination in one particular ideology, and the other one that doesn't. And can they pose the same amount of risk to each other or even humanity? And we kind of left it there. And following on that, I sort of pondered that a lot. Um, and looked at different ideas and different civilizations and what their beliefs were, and I came to the conclusion that any idea essentially can lead into, with enough determination, can lead anyone into a certain direction, whether it's God or not. Even an ideology of nationalism can lead people to extremism. So that really changed my perception on things. That, in terms of, I've come across now extreme atheism, which I didn't know existed. So there's so many things that I thought that were not, um, they didn't have an extremist version of it, uh, but they seem to do. So for me, it's kind of been looking at all these different civilizations and seeing things, and really collaborating on belief systems, how they work, the comfort they can bring, the distress they can bring, and finding middle ground, and better, better, better lines of thought, um, because I think that that's needed in this world, especially at the moment. Um,
That's a very interesting topic. I'm only beginning to read into it. But what you mentioned about how it doesn't necessarily have to be a religion that's at the core of, I suppose, extremism or fundamentalism. Um, I just recently started reading this book called The True Believer, and it had touched on how it's actually the frustration that these ideologies, if you want to call them that, are tapping into. It's not really about the content of the ideology itself. It's about how it translates that frustration that especially younger people or very zealous people, energetic people who want to do something about that frustration, it's channeled in different ways. And that cause or that ideology could be non-religious for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's actually funny enough, the last conversation we had has led me on a journey, um, in terms of, again, we might get to the topic of, Muslims and ex-Muslims. I actually spoke during Ramadan to every single ex-Muslim. I spoke to Ridwan. I spoke to Harris. I've spoken to Nuria. I've spoken to Secular Spirit. Shout out. So the whole range of ex-Muslims, um, and
I
realized,
know this is me being pedantic, but you said every single ex-Muslim. Obviously,
well,
that's not even like every single one that's with a platform, but I get what you mean. Like in this circle, in this side of the world, I suppose you spoke to
yeah,
the names that people would recognize. I
yeah,
suppose.
the regulars, like, that are actually sort of, on platforms, etc. And yeah, not every, yeah, not the whole, not most of Iran at
Yeah.
the moment. But
Well, I'm honored to be included on that panel, but yeah, okay. I'm glad you had those conversations.
you
Yeah.
were the first, and it sort of led a sort of, over a 2 or 3 week period. Even some of the Indian ones,
Okay.
which was an experience. Um,
I want to
uh,
hear about that in a bit. Yeah.
yeah, and that whole scene there also, um, and also, the ones that are pretending to be Muslims also, and they
Pretending to
just
be Muslim or pretending to.
ex-Muslims, ex-Muslims, yeah. And I've kind of seen a dividing line between the ex-Muslim movement as a total, and it, can, there is no way, and I think it's a discredit to put label every ex-Muslim, as having the same belief system, or
Or
reasons, or
Muslim. Or
yeah, yeah,
Muslim.
or
Yeah.
Muslim, yeah, yeah. But I mean, obviously obviously I've also spoken to the majority of the Muslim, um, Dawahists also, and had other conversations about ex-Muslim relationships, and because I've actually gone out and actually spoken to ex-Muslims, um, you know, there can be a labeling, on both sides,
Hmm.
essentially, and I think it's important for us to not label, um, groups as a whole and bunch them together, because I think if I labeled you as an ex-Muslim as part of the Indian ex-Muslim crowd, um, that would be a great disservice. That would be a dishonor to you,
I'm
as it.
gonna want to hear more about that. For now, I'm not giving a take on it because I am not in touch with the Indian side of, I suppose, ex-Muslim YouTube. I've heard a lot of things, but I want to hear your experience with it. I suppose.
So I thought I went quite open-minded, and I thought I'm going to speak to every type of Muslim that's platforming and stuff. And there are a few that are absolutely horrible and nasty in terms of the way they just deal with people in conversation, you know.
Wait,
And
is it anyone? Are you talking about the members on the channel or the hosts of the
the
channel
hosts,
themselves?
the hosts themselves.
Is it
Um,
anyone that I don't know if you have to if you want to name anybody, but is it anyone that I would know of?
no.
Okay.
You don't. You're not.
Okay.
You're not in. They may try to create alliance with you in the future, because
Interesting.
there's sectioning off. But there are ex-Muslims that are concerned about religion and the effects of it, and it does have effects on people in a negative way, no doubt.
Mhm.
There's, from in the church, there's incidents of abuse, that we've seen. Also in mosques and madrasas, there's been, causes of concern for abuse for children. So there are, in also the Hindu sector, there are things going on there. So I think we have to be aware of religion and generally society and the harms in society, to be fair, because I think we've got more common ground in that than perhaps targeting one section predominantly, and I think that forms a better society. From an atheist secular perspective also, because I also have spoken to a lot of atheists, and shout out to any atheist friends in the chat who may be aware of me. And I've had some great conversations about how they've been treated after the fact, and that can be from Christianity and Judaism. I haven't realized the amount of suffering also that happens on the other side of things also, in terms of family dynamics, when someone doesn't believe anymore and how that can separate a family, and again, personally, it's had a profound impact on me, because I definitely feel that you do bring a value to people that need to talk about things. And I think it can also have an effect on the Muslim community, where they realize it's not about the dawah all the time. It's about looking after people within the community also, and their fears and any mistreatment they may be going through, or any problems that they need to speak about, and being open to them. And especially in Pakistan, there is a problem where they have questions, they want to talk about them, and they are treated horrendously by their preachers and imams. Like, it's a very common thing that I've heard now, that, when I went and spoke, I wish I didn't even ask the question. I felt so bad. I got such a telling off that I didn't even, they wouldn't even ask me the question. And also they've got very stringent laws, man, like horrendous laws, and I've again, speaking to Horace and Nuria, because they are sort of predominantly with that sort of section of, they do deal with that. That opened me up to go, wow, how, Muslims, like, for example, I'll give you in 2021, out of blasphemy laws, yeah, 45 to 60 Muslims were charged, and 40 non-Muslims and 20, I think it was Christians, were charged. These are clear laws that are being abused, because a guy was charged. He had a Quran in his bag and he put it down. So this is a believing person that had a Quran. He put his bag down. He didn't realize he got charged. Um,
Well, I want
people,
to ask you something
yeah,
about that.
yeah,
Um, so, what you mentioned about how there's a negative reaction to you asking questions as a believer. Um, Funny enough, I just made a TikTok about that, and I got railed on by a bunch of Muslims saying, "No, my life wasn't like this. No, Islam teaches us to ask questions and so on." Um, but it's validating to hear that it's not all in my head. Like, this actually does happen. Um, and I'm curious what you think these blasphemy laws that you mentioned, how you've highlighted how it's these laws are even harsh towards Muslims, let alone a non-Muslim. Where do you think it fits in the religion? Do you think it is some kind of mutation that Islam was never intended to have? Or do you think it's a misunderstanding of a part of Islam or not Islamic at all?
thank you for asking that question. And I got slapped in, literally, intellectually slapped by my friend, Holy Humanist, when we talked about this. And it put me on a journey. I was like, is it the Quran? Is it the Prophet? Peace and blessings be upon him. What? How is it possible that this is happening? And I've done research onto it. I've actually made a few videos on it that I'm going to release, and I've done an extensive amount of research. The blasphemy laws and the apostasy laws, essentially, at the time of the Prophet, um, were about the community, the Muslim community, and people who were blasphemy wasn't that because they were just saying something about him. Yes, there are stories about him in things, but the chains are weak and they're not strong, and they're actually not used in any sort of Islamic law that I know of. The ones that have been used are weak in nature, but they were. It always comes down to um, sedition and treason and the threat to life. Now, over the years, these laws have mutated, And especially in Pakistan, it was a general that introduced this blasphemy law and added to it. Um, and that has led to the persecution of Al-Midis, who claim to be Muslim, but they also claim another, uh, they've been persecuted in Pakistan. Uh, and this law has become more stringent. And on another article, I've got on it, they've actually seen from which school of thought they actually took the law and how they translate it into their laws and how it's mutated into something devastating. Um, and it is a governmental issue. It's not at the time of the Prophet. There was blasphemy against him. He was forgiven. He was forgiving on those things. But where people were a risk to life, that's where this blasphemy and sedition and going against the Muslim community. Someone just changing religion, fine. Someone, you know, uh, falling into disbelief, fine. But where they actually became an actual threat, that's where it was actually used as a death penalty. Some people were repatriated or they were moved out of the community. So
Well,
fiqh is
I've got
sorry,
some questions about that.
sure,
Um, so a few things I had in mind. I'm going to list them, and then I'll talk about that last one,
okay,
exiled from the community. That's not how you worded it, but I'll ask you about that. So, firstly, I was going to ask, do you feel like if it's a mutation and it's not what happened during the days the Prophet was alive,
hmm
do you think that Islam was misused, corrupted, mutated so soon after his death? Or do you think
uh,
it's like a Pakistan issue that's only in the past, I don't know, 50 something years?
from the research that I've done from the Pakistan issue, it was the 1980s that it was this real blasphemy law has come into place.
That's for
Um,
like the scope of Pakistan, right?
yeah,
But
and
beyond that, like how far do you think it extends?
that in terms of I haven't looked into Saudi Arabia. They're next on my list of research, basically, where it was formed, where the laws are formed, in terms of blasphemy, how many people have been done for actual disbelief or causing a risk to the community. But some of the laws have just been people protesting, where the laws have heavily punished them, which was not at the time of the Prophet. It was only when people were gathering to attack Muslims and a threat of life. I haven't found anything that's authenticated.
So about that, I'm going to quote this comment, this super chat. Thank you, Happy Camper,
hmm
saying, "What about the Prophet ordering poets to be killed?" I don't remember the reference for that off the top of my head, but the example I have in my mind was the Prophet kind of pardoning someone who killed his slave slash mother of his child for blaspheming, for calling the Prophet names or singing about him or something like that. Um,
Oh, are you talking about the blind man?
yeah. Did
Okay,
did you
yeah,
find that to
yeah,
be a
yeah,
weak
yeah,
narration?
yeah. That's a weak. In some cases, it's actually a thing. And someone wrote that it's a blasphemy to the prophet that they've used this one-off incident that has a weak chain in it also. So well, I'll tell you the story in the hadith. Basically, there was a blind man apparently, and he stuck a knife into the stomach of his slave concubine for right. So he's an elderly man. He's got a young concubine, and he thrusts at him because she kept on saying things about him. And apparently, um, when it was brought to the prophet's attention, he said there will be no
Retaliation, verbal.
retaliation or
Yeah.
no blood. But now that in itself, the number one, it's weak. The number two, the guy was blind and elderly. So him thrusting a knife, into a younger concubine and just he's blind. How did he know where to thrust the knife, and why wasn't she able to take him off? Plus, he had two children. So do you know what I mean? When you really analyze it,
No, I want to ask you here something.
yeah.
I sense this often, okay, in Islam, where it's a list of probable reasons, not even necessarily probable, but just something remotely plausible. But are you using each item in that list individually, or is it just a bunch of probable reasons. Like, for example, each one of these could be argued about and so on. Like, are you only taking the fact that he was blind, therefore he couldn't have killed, like, stabbed someone? Is that on its own? Does it stand on its own, you think?
Um, me personally, when I first heard the story, I thought, well, he was elderly, he was blind, so sounds a bit fishy. Okay, possible, still possible. Had a good aim, knife. Okay, fine. Um, then went into it, and then saw the chains and the research done onto it, and it's a weak chain, and it was a one-off incident. So let's just say, for argument's sake, it did happen in the once. She may have been a slave girl. She didn't have any family to recompensate. He was blind and he was elderly. Um, was he to order his death? And in totality, for taking a life, he may have actually been ordered as death could have been the punishment also. So the fact that
But
it is
that's
a
not the narration. And I'm not trying to argue about this hadith specifically. I want to understand your methodology here. Like, because when it comes to several reasons, because I see that at the core of belief as well, because there's this miracle, that miracle, and so on. But do you inspect each of them on their own, or is it just an amalgam of plausible explanations?
plausible explanations and the research that I've done onto it, and the scholarship that they went into to look at this
But
particular hadith.
I don't think it's Daif or Hassan, but like I want to know your position on it. Is it definitive or is it finding several plausible avenues?
No, no, it's been classed by some scholars as daif, and weak and not practical to make a law out of it, but it has been used as a law.
So
So
how
there
what
is a
makes
difference in
you
it. So it's the
so
lawmakers, really, essentially.
so what makes you blame the lawmakers and trust the few scholars who, to be honest, like everything I've seen is sahih. But let's say some do say that it's daif. Okay, Albani says that it's sahih, I believe. Let's say some say it's daif. How do you assess like that it is the fault of the lawmakers, and how do you know they weren't innocently following in the footsteps of the scholars they trust?
Well, two parts of this. There isn't so from what I was reading on it, and because I'm speaking off the top of my head and I haven't really prepared for the in-depth conversation on this, but
Mm.
from what I remember, it read that this being an isolated incident wouldn't be enough to make such a blasphemy law, because it was a one-off. You would need like three or four, types of this sort of issue where someone had done something and and it was death, basically, to make it
is
for
is
just
that usually the case? I mean, aren't there other cases of single instances or events making it a law?
different schools have different, and again, this is something I'm studying and sort of looking deeper into to see, because um, El Ghazali issued a fatwa on something that was completely ridiculous, and I talked about that on another show. And it shows that there is a weakness in some lawmakers. It also shows a prejudice in some cases of the laws that they want to enforce because of the political background that they're in and the people in the country. So
See, I agree with you that there's always going to be this influence, which, in my opinion, speaks to a flaw in the system itself, that it leaves room for this influence. But does knowing that there's influence and bias, political or misogynistic or otherwise, does knowing just that the concept that that exists, does that give you reassurance that anything that you think is unreasonable probably falls under that umbrella? Or do you still take each of them with rigorous inspection and figure out if they fall under that umbrella or not?
um, at this stage, I can only speak for what I know. Um, the process I'm going through is ongoing. So if I've looked at one aspect of this law and in one particular country, okay, fine, I can see that there has been a mutation of it. Um, I don't know, and it's something that, I mean, either which way, any type of blasphemy has to be done through a judicial system, um, evidence has to be presented, um, and it has to go through a formal process. People
So
taking the
it's
law into their own hands.
yeah, it's not about the vigilante justice aspect of it. I know that that is very easily condemned as no, it's the state that's supposed to do it, and there needs to be an investigation. But that's not the crux of the issue, really. Aside from how that one precedent Muhammad set is in that case, it was vigilante justice. But I don't want to bog you down with that specific part. I'm trying to understand the process itself of how you're investigating it. And I appreciate your openness about it and the fact that you've actually honestly you've been talking to so many people and researching. Um, so this is not me trying to at the end of the day just put a stop to it and be like you're wrong, but I want to understand the process. So when you said something about yeah, one the back in the days of the prophet, it was only if there was danger to the community, and it's kind of out of self-preservation, and that there are cases where they were exiled instead. Um, how do you feel? Because on the topic of Muslim ex-Muslim relations, how do you feel about that exile? Do you think it is fair because you mentioned like the lack of belief shouldn't result in death, but the exile, is that a viable option?
Oh no, like exile was like it was a criminal that was potentially um, going to harm, not just you being blasphemous and sort of being like, oh, I don't believe he's a prophet, or I don't believe in the Quran. That was not a viable crime that you'd be exiled. It would be like you talking to secular spirit and Nuria, and you're going, you know what? We're going to tell people that this man committed a crime and we're going to take his life. That kind of blasphemy, that sort of attacking, that
That's
sort
not
of
blasphemous though.
well, that's where
That's
the
a different
term,
topic, right?
yeah,
That's
but
criminal.
that was
Mhm.
in terms of the blasphemy. That's how it's being quoted as blasphemy, essentially. Um, so again, the terms are not what you'd call as blasphemy, but uh, there is no blasphemy in the Quran, as far as I know, that is viable of punishment.
I'm
Um,
always tempted to push back on that point because just saying that there something is not in the Quran would imply that therefore it's kind of less of an urgent matter, or Islam is a little bit more innocent of it, because in that case then we can dismiss a lot of things that are not from the Quran. So it's almost like the Quran is kind of a catch-all, where if something is not in it, it's easily dismissible depending on the context, but if it's in it, then it's harder to argue. Like, do you see that it's not in the Quran is a very reassuring thing?
well, it's a foundation, and then from there to then lead to the hadiths, then to look at the hadiths, and in terms of fiqh and law, that's a whole separate thing from my pillars of faith and my belief system. Because the thing about the prophet is he did have different roles to play. So receiving revelation, being a general, being a judge, putting a society together. There are different aspects. So when I see the Quran, then I go, right, fine, where's the blasphemy in there? Okay, there isn't none. Okay, fine, where does this, let's look in the hadiths, find what are the judgments, where did it come from? That's been my process. Now it may not be perfected at this point. I may have to delve deeper and I might need to go further into it. But as of now, that's where my process has taken me. And I focus on India because it seems to be Pakistan, essentially, because it seems to be one of the most deadliest laws um, in humanity at the moment, because it's a law that's being abused. Um, so that's what I can sort of speak on at this point on it.
Well, I'm interested in yeah, I appreciate your honesty about this, and as you can tell, I'm really it's not about me trying to get to a conclusion of, about blasphemy laws. It's just inspecting how you arrived at yours. Um, you had mentioned that you spoke to Indian ex-Muslims on YouTube
Hmm.
and also to some Muslims or Dawa people.
Hmm.
Um, I'm interested because I still there's another caller who we will be taking after, but I'm interested first in hearing um, how did the conversations with the Muslims go? Because you said they touched on the topic of ex-Muslims and these relations.
Some are of the opinion that it's just about money, Patreon, basically. Some are of the opinion that it's well, they're just, you know, it's a career. Were they ever really Muslim? Where do they have a grudge? Was it family related? Was it culture related? Was it because they didn't feel supported? Um, so there are a lot of narratives that have been placed. Um, Obviously, the tensions between sort of like Ali Dawah and Ridwan and Muhammad Hijab and that whole back and forth, it kind of created this Muslim versus ex-Muslim thing. And I think you've been sort of opening the door to discussion, where people call in and actually have a discussion. Um, so that's been the general opinion of ex-Muslims. Behind the scenes, I have said that, listen, I've reached out to ex-Muslims. These are the ones I feel from talking to them have a horrible agenda. These are the ones that are having dialogue with Muslims. And also, there are harmful things in Islam that are people aren't. I was talking to Secular Spirit about it. Not everybody receives Islam in the same way, and that is factually, correct. Sometimes in Iran, I've looked into it, and it's like, wow, their version of what they receive is completely different. Um, Pakistan, there's no discussion. There's these imams and movies, and there are some, forward thinkers now that are coming about that are like, listen, we've got a problem here. People are apostatizing, essentially, and it's our fault because we haven't spoken to the youth. We haven't engaged with the youth. We haven't. They don't have any sort of. They're not clued up with the philosophical discussions. The intellectual discussions on Islam, and that's then they're seeing a trend there. So, sorry, where was I going with this? Oh yeah, and so I've said that there are some that are legitimately, and I'll give Harris his due. He's touched all religions, and he really is an atheist, and he really is promoting atheism, and I actually respect that quite a lot, because he's going up against, extremist Hindus, extreme Christians, and any forms of extremism. Plus, he has an affinity for atheism and secular liberalism, which is his strong position, and I really respect that, even though he does harass Islam also. But I have a greater respect for his overall, um, stance on every religion, which is quite uh, something that was new to me.
Well, I have a question about what you just said. Well, a minute ago about you spoke. You spoke to some Muslims on YouTube, and behind the scenes, you've mentioned, and you mentioned a lot of these narratives, as you said. How how many of them did you get some kind of answer that or opinion that's not in these narratives?
Um, a lot of them have seen me talking to ex-Muslims and gone, "All right, cool. You actually had a better conversation." So my conversations with you and others has helped them sort of have a better thing. Like, okay, cool. It's people are fall into disbelief, and that's fine. And they are also protecting, well, allowing a door. So when people call in and they've had some horrible experiences, like I've been a privy to, I've been in the chat, and we've heard of some horrible, tragic events that have taken place because of religion. You're allowing them to speak, and I think that's a benefit to people. I can't
Mhm.
begrudge you of that. I think you're providing a service to humanity when you do that. So that's the part of things that I've sort of translated. But again, this is where I can't say that every ex-Muslim is the same and their agenda is the same. You
I
know,
wouldn't say that. No.
yeah.
I'm
So
I'm just very interested in assessing them one by one, and as you probably agree, the narrative that the majority, if not a significant amount, is doing it for all the all the narrative reasons, for money or for fame maybe, or because some deep down unresolved issues or something. um I want to show people that that's not true, but at the same time, not discount any bad faith actors or anyone who's trying to benefit from this ex-Muslim, fake ex-Muslim, whatever it may be. So I am interested in your take about the Indian side of ex-Muslim YouTube. And to be clear, I'm not like, even if I nod along, that's just me listening. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with anything you say because I don't know, but I do want to hear it.
Okay, all right. So, for example, there was an ex-Muslim who went on an Indian TV show, and it was a big thing. Oh yeah, look, great, yeah, and he got into a bit of a fight with these mufti. They were not muftis, man. They're they're very elderly, and they lose their temper, and it was Pakistani temper, and it was a ruckus basically. But there was three of them, and within a week, the first ex-Muslim got exposed because they had a follow-up conversation with a Muslim, and she lost her temper, and she started saying, "This will be a Hindu country. This will be a Hindu country. You Muslims will leave. Get out." And she was saying this to an Indian born in India, but he happened to be Muslim, right? And she was telling him she lost her temper and she exposed herself. And she said, "You Muslims are worthless. You have no worth, and this will be a Hindu country." So that was the first one. She got taken off. Now the other one, he started going into he started interviewing and sitting literally in the lap of people who are calling for a Muslim genocide. For people that
Wait,
were
just to be clear, those people are on Indian TV, is what
they're
you're
on
saying.
India TV, yeah, and they're also on. I mean, if you might want to follow me on Twitter. Um, I do retweet some stuff,
I'm not
but
on Twitter, but
okay,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, but these are people that are actually will pay people to lynch Muslims who buy beef or eat beef, basically.
I'm
And
curious, like where all of this is happening. So you're saying some of this is on national television. Do we see any of this in the online space of YouTube, for example,
oh,
especially in
yeah,
the English?
they've got Indian. They've got Indian channels, and they're on YouTube.
And
Um,
they're posing to be ex-Muslim, you're saying?
well, they're saying, yeah, we're ex-Muslim, but they are also heavily affiliated with these nationalists
Right,
who are calling for the killing of Muslims.
right.
So they and the second guy, he got exposed on the interview, and he said, "Look, we can't really affiliate with you, but we have to say that we are, you know, we're Muslim, so we're not, gonna align ourselves." So they're particularly just talking about Islam, and not talking about the extremists of the Hindu extremists or any other type of Hindu behavior. So those people have been exposed, and so there are people that are claiming. There's one who's called I'm not going to say any names because it starts a fight, but another one who pretends to be there, there's about five or six of them that are claiming to be Muslims or ex-Muslims, and they're not, and they're being exposed in different ways. So that's fine. We just need to separate. And again, I make people aware that, listen, there are some legitimate ex-Muslims that are atheists, that are pure atheists, and they have a problem with all religions and the harmful effects of it. That's one category, in my view. And then
I
there
mean,
are,
someone can also be like specifically talking about the harm of Islam, not all religion, and in and of itself doesn't necessarily mean that they're fake ex-Muslim or anything. But I am just very curious about that side of the internet because, or media in general, because as an English speaker and not an Urdu or Hindi or any other language in India speaker, not aware of any of this, and we get all the same accusations. And in fact, like I'm always asked if I'm part Indian, if I'm secretly an Indian who's lying or something, and Hindu, obviously. Um, so I'm very curious about this stuff. I cannot validate or invalidate what you're saying. There seem to be some people in the comments who are disagreeing, and they're like, "That's not the whole story." I'll look
well,
into it later. I'm curious about what that whole story is, but it's yeah, okay. It's good to know because at the end of the day, they're getting in the way of this of
yeah,
us.
yeah. I mean, you'll find. I mean, look, you start. whoever's in the comments or whatever the case may be, you start talking about Hinduism and extreme Hinduism, and then you'll see who's actually legitimate, a viewer or someone that's just like, oh yeah, just talk about Islam. I mean, because I mean, Harris also faced the same thing when he talks about Hinduism. He gets a bit of, he's had threats on his life, for
I've
eating.
uh, I've haven't tried that yet because I just don't know enough about Hinduism, and I wouldn't just say something provocative that I don't know about. But I've made it clear before. I've actually tweeted and like written posts about how, making it very clear, if you follow me for this reason, if you're that kind of follower, I'm not interested. And I noticed when I had just similar jokes or comments about Christianity, there were some people who were really upset. But there are Christians who still followed me who are like, I get it, or you're wrong, but I get it. Um, but yeah, I've heard about that backlash that he got from Hindus. But to be clear, I'm pretty sure we're like, I'm happy when I get this backlash when it happens, because I'm like, good, that's filtering out people who I don't want to be listening to me. So yeah, if there are anyone here, I'm not saying Hindus shouldn't watch my channel, but if that's your goal here, it's just to support, like, you should be here because you're curious, you should be here because you care about learning about all of this, you should be here because you care about the victims or even care about Muslims and you want to learn why people are talking about Islam this way. But you shouldn't be here if it's some kind of nationalistic feud between the Hindus and Muslims in your country. I'm
Yeah,
not
and
interested in that.
also I've come across some recent reverts that have really studied or known about Islam for a long time, and they've actually been on the other side of it, and they found a great solace and happiness becoming Muslim. So it's also, there's that side of things. So look, people can be atheists for their own reasons, ex-Muslim for their own reasons. I think we have to individually look at people, and make judgments on how we feel about them. I think labeling whole groups shouldn't be the case ever. I think it only inflames dialogue, or the lack of dialogue. I think it doesn't enhance, things that we have in common. Human suffering we both have in common at the moment. And extremism is something we both have in common at the moment. So these are things that we should help each other to highlight and deal with, as humans.
So what would you say I could do better in that way?
Um, okay, I know you do focus on Islam, but I would personally suggest that you also look at all forms of extremism, um, that could be religiously, um, um, based. I think you should look at things that are even within normal society where it's of an extremist nature, and evaluating where that sort of behavior comes from.
Oh, that would be interesting. That's a big and in many ways different scope than what I'm doing at the moment. I mean, if the goal is to target, I suppose, extremism in general, or what divides a community, or how does ideology get cemented in someone's head, that's a topic to explore.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, I appreciate the feedback, but I don't think I can go in that direction because it distracts from
I think
the
you could
very specific, like,
add elements of
discussions
it.
about.
You know, you could interview someone who, um, like, Afro humanist, I think her name is. Um, Nuria knows her. Interview her
Yeah.
about some of the harsh effects of Christianity. Okay, personally speaking, you're fine.
Mhm.
You've got your ex-Muslim thing going on, fine. But you can be an atheist also, because that's where you sit.
Well, that's
So
that's the thing about my so-called atheism. It to me, I don't even like to use the label atheist because people always presume a specific definition of it. What it means to me, and I don't even use that label much, is just the concept of God is a man-made concept. So without it, we're without theism. So atheism, but um, it's not something that, like, I'm not here promoting. Hey, you shouldn't believe in God, right? Like, I don't care about the end goal being you shouldn't believe in God in general, or that God doesn't exist. So that's why I don't care to tackle other religions. I've gotten people who talked about leaving their religion. I've gotten an ex Jehovah's Witness. I've gotten ex Christians as well, and it's going to keep happening. Um, but yeah, I feel like there's a bit of a confusion between like, am I trying to just create coherence in general and I'm trying to find the middle ground? Not exactly, because it's not exactly in the middle where we need to meet. Like, if I'm being honest, it'll be closer to like believers making more compromises than their current position. You know what I mean? Because the midway point between where Islam stands right now, or how Muslims, like at least the more extreme side of it, that's not a fringe, like Pakistan and even in the West, between that and my position, middle ground is way too far, you know?
What then for us to come to, okay. Now this is something I need to find out from you, really, because this is a
Mm.
question for you. Where do you see the meeting point? And where do you actually? This is because I've asked other atheists, and sorry, I'm going to say atheists just because it's where I've had a background of speaking, because they also feel a victim of not being religious. And he was like, people look at me because I don't believe in God, and I was like, wow, man, I'm really sorry people treat you that way, and that made me think also, like, wow, okay, yeah, there's that side of things too. So where do you think the middle ground is? Is it that you're not labeled, or you just tell me if you what is your middle ground, or what is your where do you think believers need to be at?
So that depends on the subtopic, but let's take an example of, like, for example, the relations between Muslims and ex-Muslims. Say someone leaves Islam, right? And their community and their family, they don't like it. And usually a lot of things happen because of that, the least of which are, they're ostracized or just pushed out of the community and so on. A middle ground wouldn't just be like, you have your religion, I have mine. Like, that's the ex-Muslim position. I feel like we are actually closer to that middle ground than you think. Like, in my opinion, if someone wants to believe in God, I'm not even going to try to convince them not to believe in God. But if their belief predicates a lot of other things, then I will talk about those things. Like, I know I'm not exactly answering the question here. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. Um, when it comes to people's opinions, for example, the very popular opinion about ex-Muslims among Muslims is, they're lost, they're wrong, they're this, then that, all of these descriptors. Even if there is no blasphemy law being applied, I don't think the middle, like, what is the middle ground between that and someone like myself who says, I get why you believe what you believe. I think it's wrong, but you do you as long as you're not harming yourself. Like, where do you see the middle ground being here? Because I mean, sorry, just one last thought. To
Yeah,
me, the middle ground of, certain opinions say this, certain opinions say that, is not enough of a middle ground for me. The middle ground would be eradicating the possibility that someone would apply blasphemy laws or would go around saying, "Yeah, I can't wait to watch you burn in hell." Like, middle ground would be those people knowing that's weird, like that's messed up.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. Harris had a call, and Nuri had a call like that from a Muslim. So it's a screwed up situation where I can have these conversations, build a good relationship with them, and some Muslim guy from some place somewhere calls in and says, "Yeah, you lot are gonna burn in hell. Remember my name," and it just completely destroys all the sort of conversations. Do you know what I mean? Um, that I don't know about. I think also ex-Muslims also are provocative in their language, in some cases also. So at this stage, if I'm being completely honest, I can't count for everybody, but whoever I do speak to or whoever I do sort of filter out who are legitimate people that should be spoken with or, talked with. But again, the problem is someone will do something on one side or the other, and this whole rhetoric starts between the two sides. If I'm being honest, from what I've seen, my part in it is being a peacekeeper or trying to get people to see each other's positions. But if I'm honest, someone on that side of ex-Muslim will say something quite derogatory or inflammatory, then the Muslim side will respond,
Well,
and
that's what I want to ask here now. So I don't see it as a like a football being kicked back and forth. Like there's a starting point of since before an ex-Muslim's birth. There's a position that's already taken against them. So again, I'm not talking about the like that what you're talking about in terms of political drama in India. Like taking that out of the picture, it still exists everywhere in the world. If you mean something provocative or inflammatory, as in like comes out and calls a certain like I don't know what that looks like. So what do you mean when you say something provocative or inflammatory?
like when you say like, well, okay, so let's say one ex-Muslim makes posts and he says Muslims are all dumb, soulless zombies, for example. Um, you know, I think that's quite inflammatory. That we're heartless barbarians, barbaric people. That could be inflammatory. Um, there's so
But don't you see that there's more than that said in Islam itself without a Muslim saying it, let alone obviously the hordes of Muslims who do say it. I'm not saying an eye for an eye, and as you know, that's not me. I wouldn't post something like that. But removing, okay, let me reprehend the guy who wrote that post. But what do we do on the other side? What do we do with Islam? How do we take that verse out? You know, how do we deal with the core issue on the other side?
well, I think how people react to the verses and education on the Muslim side is something that will happen. The verses are how they see it. You can look at the tasfir, see who they were talking about, see about disbelievers and those who disbelieve. Those are always going to be there. How we react to those people. There are also verses that we as humanity are the children of Adam. So therefore, we are still have
Well,
this in
it's
common.
not about the benign things. I mean, or that we have something in common, being a common ancestor. If that part is, yeah, it's more like the core idea itself that a believer is a disbeliever. Sorry, is a liar, or a disbeliever at least who knows. Like, let's talk about the case of an ex-Muslim is a liar, right? And the verse is about like someone mentioned this example. I can't remember. Surah al-Mutaffifin, maybe I don't remember where. Probably not. There's a verse about like the believers watching and laughing those disbelievers burning in hell. And I know the context is about certain disbelievers who laughed at them, who even harmed them in this life. But the idea that you can and will laugh at someone burning a burning corpse, doesn't that instill some kind of hatred or vitriol in general? Like even if you're being very specific? Yeah. Like, I want to ask you this: would you do that? Like, say there was a horrible bully, right, who used to call you all sorts of names and say Muslims are brainwashed and they are drones and they deserve this and that. Would you watch him burn?
If it was someone that took innocent life, like literally had taken life, and injured and harmed people, then being honest, if there was someone that if I saw Hitler on the conveyor belt of disbelievers, would I,
Well, well, why are you going to that example?
well, I'm
To
just
like,
Stalin, not
okay, okay,
you.
we'll deal with
Um,
the Hitlers and Stalins of the world, but what if it's the guy who made the post and actually teased Muslims, right, and said, all sorts of horrible things? Would you be able to watch him burn?
Probably have to change the channel. To be fair, I mean, and that's that would be the thing. You don't. Yeah, I mean, blasphemy. No, I think that would not blasphemy. No, harm to human life. Yes, I if I'm honest. So yeah, watch them burn if they've taken innocent life.
Well, let me put it this way. If I was The thing is, obviously, the verses never talk about taking a life. But if we even take the extreme example of a guy who killed a Muslim for being Muslim, right? Just it was a hate crime, just for no reason. He was like, "You are Muslim, I'm gonna do it." And then I'm watching his corpse burn. I wouldn't. I would change the channel still. I'd be like, "Oh, okay, so he's suffering. All right." But would I laugh at it?
I know laughing probably a thing, but I'd be like, well, you were warned, not to take innocent life, and you still did it. But
But that's about taking a
I mean,
life.
look, I can't be listen. I have to be real with it. I wouldn't laugh at someone burning. I'd be like, it's not. I'd feel empathy that it happened. I wouldn't necessarily laugh. I don't know if yeah. I'd
And I
find it
appreciate
humorous.
that answer. Like, really, I'm not trying to corner you into anything. I want to know, how do you feel about that sentiment being taught, like in the Quran, for example? Again, against someone who deserves to burn or for some reason. Do you not think that someone being taught from a young age that they will laugh will induce that reaction in them?
That again, it's how it's taught and how it's understood and how it's delivered. I can't. If I'm thinking about real life situations while I'm still here on this earth, about what will change, the Quran is not going to change. The the systematic things in Islam can change. That can change people's attitudes, um, the way people communicate, the people, the way they treat each other, and taught to treat each other. That can change. The Quran won't change. Taking out a verse here and there will not change how people deliver the message.
Well, do you think it's doable? So, again, that example, how would you change people's attitudes or understanding of a verse like that while keeping the verse in there? Because you said it yourself, laughing at that situation is difficult, right? It's difficult to imagine that. So how would you make people understand it in a way that's not going to cause harm, however impossible of a topic, I mean, of an undertaking that is?
I'll ponder that one.
Okay.
That's one I'll have to ponder. You know, um, to go deeply into that. To be honest, I've got a big list of things I'm looking into. Um, you know, LGBTQ, how we deal with that, better communication with kids. Like there's a whole list of things that I'm working on. So on something that you've said there, you've brought it to my attention, and I'm a man of my word, and I'll ponder that one. And for another discussion, I will definitely um, get back on that point.
Well, I really appreciate that you not only, say it plainly that you do need time to think about it, but also you are doing the work. So yeah, I appreciate that you're doing that for yourself, probably before for any discussions. um, yeah, and you can always come to me for for difficult situations to ponder, and feel free to throw some my way as well.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you've got other callers, then I'll.
Well, believe it or not, the other caller, they were going to discuss something very weird, but they're not here anymore. They're basically going to ask, if no religion, what stops you from sleeping with animals, kind of thing.
Okay, this is the whole thing, and this is okay. Let's talk about this. Yeah,
Sure.
right. For crying out loud, right? I think this is part of the conversation that I want to move forward with a little bit, right? Because we normally, like it's straight. Oh, why don't you just sleep with a donkey then? You're not a Muslim anymore. What stops you from sleeping with a donkey and then a dog on the corner and making love to your
All
mother's
right. All right.
sister's
All
mom?
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just. I think that one has to just like I would like us to move from that, and be more God centric, and if you're going to, either why do you believe in God, why do you not believe in God, have some higher end conversations other than, okay, you fall into disbelief, then what stops you just impregnating anything on four legs, which is, the bestiality thing.
Mhm.
So I think that's just, I would ask Muslims and people, and Christians use that argument also, in in their arguments also. That's the sort of things I would hope.
I mean, they can, you know what? They can use other examples that would be more difficult to answer and would actually get people thinking, because that one's very outrageous and easy, and it shuts down the conversation, because even if I attempt an answer, like, other people have already given up on the person who asked the question, right? Like, once you ask that question, people stop listening, or like, okay, you're one of those. But the core of it is a good question. It's, so where do you derive your morality from? But
So where do
yeah,
you think you derive your morality from?
so
So actually,
yeah,
can you put your atheist hat on?
my
Or
atheist.
like, because there are questions that I would like to explore with you, and if we haven't got anyone,
Sure.
um, where do you feel that someone doesn't or does get their morality from? Is it from general laws of the country that they're in? Is it general behaviors that they see around them? And then those behaviors, have they come from Islam maybe? Have they come from other religions? Have they come from societal norms?
Well, the way you ask the question is, where does someone derive their morality? I can
Okay.
only answer from, yeah, myself.
Mhm.
Um, and remind me to say something about, the morality being derived from other religions. By the way, you could keep the mic on. I actually got used to the noise, the background noise, so you could
Have I
keep it
got
on.
background noise?
No, just a little bit of mic, like,
Okay.
hissing, which is fine. Um, yeah, it just kind of throws me off, as if I'm just talking to nobody all of a sudden. Anyway, so the way that I assess things is how much good or harm comes out of it. So I can give examples, but the idea is, it's a difficult process, right? Because it's not as easy as just having a list of rules that say, is this allowed? Yes, no. And if it's not on the list, then go ask someone who's, an expert in this religion, to tell you whether it is moral or not. Because that's the way that, at least the way I understand it, that's how Muslims operate, right? Like, you've got you've got fatwas, which are opinions of scholars, or rulings, I suppose. You've got, very plain rulings. You've got ones that are a bit murky. So there's less ambiguity in it than you assessing your own judgment of things. So I will say that it is more involved of a process, but it's just assessing how much harm does this act cause, or how much benefit does it cause. Um, that would lead you to situations where you would kind of rely also on emotions. Like, I have to admit, when it comes to, if you're completely utilitarian, you would compare the cost of death of one person to two people or something, which is difficult for a human to do. I'm not there. I don't think I can do that. Um, so it's a combination of things, but the catch all net at the bottom is minimize harm. That's mostly it. The rest I'm trying to figure out. So there are things that one could see as harmless, like drinking, for example. Is drinking immoral? I would say it depends on the person, but the way that I assess it for me is, does it cause me more harm than value? How much risk is there of it causing me more harm in the future? Or am I prone to addiction? Is that going to be another addiction? Things like that. That's how I would assess, whether alcohol is good for me or not. Um, yeah, I hope that answers the question, at least in part.
Okay? So with drinking and the culture of drinking and the amount of sort of alcoholism that's going on, so that moral lesson, or the from the Quran again, and doing something that is not of benefit to you, there's more harm than good. Is that a good message that I can take from the Quran, or a positive influence that I can take? That it's something that is providing me a guidance of steering clear of this, because the overall it could have tremendous harm to somebody's life.
That's actually a great example, because um, I don't know American history in detail, but I know that there was a prohibition period where alcohol was illegal. And what it resulted in was people making their own, and like criminal organizations arising, where, underground organizations, where they got a lot of money because it was happening without the government knowing about it. There was danger to people. one thing one government did, or one governing body, I don't know how wide scale it was poisoning the alcohol supply so that people who drank it felt sick or died. And that was their method of keeping the greater good. And all of that didn't work at the end. And that's how I see the Quran's approach to alcoholism, for example. It's if you make it completely haram and to the point of, correct me if I'm wrong, but is the penalty for that, um, does it have to do with death? Is there execution for repeat offenses or something?
No, no,
What
there's
is the
actually
penalty, or lashings, or like
lashings. I think it was at the
lashings?
time of the Prophet. There was a Sahaba that kept on drinking, and he would take his lashings. He would come drunk and he get his lashings.
That's a good example. So someone like that who keeps getting drunk despite the lashes, it's clear that there's a biological, chemical addiction here, or maybe even psychological. Like he's not well equipped to deal with his woes, or like it's too late now and he's hooked on it. The approach of lashing didn't fix him, and he kept taking it. And this happens today, where people just do it behind, like even in Muslim countries. I came to find out it's worse because when it is done out in the open, there's more measures that can be put to fight alcoholism, or at least it's less of a taboo. But when it happens in the back, like it's harder. Where does an alcoholic go in the Middle East if they want to get treated, right?
Yeah,
Like, where would you go if there's no avenue except you're going to get lashed? Um, and that's my idea of how Islam looks at alcohol. You think that it's reducing harm because no one's going to be drinking alcohol, but all it results in is um, alcohol that is drank not in moderation, and people who are harmed because of that, and people doing it anyway. Um, so that's an example of a situation where you think that you can make a rule, one size fits all for the moral good, but it doesn't actually work that way in real life. And that's why laws should be adaptable, and morality to some extent should be adaptable to the situation and the people. Um, but is alcoholism a problem? Yes. Is it as big of a problem in everywhere as, unfortunately, I've seen the Muslim narrative lately, is that the West is just a cesspool of alcoholism and RAPE and other stuff. I don't think it's as bad as it seems. Like, it still exists in very high numbers. But when you rank it compared to, for example, domestic violence without alcoholism in many parts of the world that don't have that much alcohol, it's, there's still harm being done there. So we shouldn't assess it as like one aspect that ruins a whole society. Um, but yeah, those are my thoughts on that.
no, no, it's good, and that's actually something. The next step I actually want to see how Islamic countries in certain areas do compared to other countries in certain areas on certain topics, you know, crime rates and other things. I know education in places has really suffered, and the implementation. I know Saudi Arabia is going through a lot of changes at the moment. So, okay, in that situation, do you think that it's a good idea that in Islam there is more of an open door policy of people that are struggling with problems and that have veered off and need essentially help to get back onto a straight path, or do something or transgress, where especially in the Middle East where it's a very strict code of conduct, they could do better in terms of people that are falling astray essentially.
Yes, but are you saying that there is an open door policy, but it needs to be implemented, or would it be good? Would it be better if it is implemented?
No, I think it would be, like for example, transgender issues and LGBTQ. I feel that there's a lacking within the Islamic community to help sufficiently. I don't think in the last 10 years that there's been. Okay, so if a believing Muslim can go to an imam and feel that they're not getting answers and they're not getting support, or they don't feel like they're getting the thing, how does someone who's on the other, like, has an LGBTQ issue, has a drinking issue, how do they go to their imams and get that sort of help? That I don't think has been in place.
Well, what would you see? I mean, I get the alcoholism there. I don't even know what the methods are to combat alcoholism, on a personal basis, like I guess a support group and so on. That's doable within the Islamic framework if I don't know if the rules allow for that kind of open door policy. But what about, as you called them, LGBTQ issues? Like, what would the open door policy do for someone if they go and they say, hey, I actually realized that I am not attracted to the opposite gender? Um, like, what's the, even if they're open about it, what are they going to do about it except say, no, like, you can't do that?
Um, Helping them, supporting them, decision making, making sure they have access to other services. I really want to speak to somebody in the LGBT community about this because it really is something that I'm got to do a find out what are the supportive needs that somebody needs in there and how can people be more supportive. You know
You
what I
know what?
mean?
It is Pride Month, right? Isn't it? I
Yeah,
think I
yeah,
think it
yeah.
is. I should have a stream for next week. I forgot to do that. For the LGBT among the Muslims and ex-Muslims to call in and talk about it. So I guess you'll get to hear them then. Make sure to ask your question then, and I'll ask them.
Could I? Yeah, okay. I mean, could I get a slot? Like, so I did kind of give you this idea. Could I just get like a 10, 15 minutes where I'm in on it that we could ask questions or I could ask questions?
Well, you can. How about this? You can like prepare your questions and list them, and then I'll go through those questions with each of them or some of them at least.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll try
Email
to pay
or
attention to the comments as well. Yeah, you can email them to me.
okay. Okay, cool.
And
So
yeah, and
yeah,
then we'll talk about that more then. Yeah, and I do
that's a
have
good
two
stream.
callers,
That
by the way.
great. Oh, cool.
So
Um,
yeah, yeah, go ahead, please.
no, that's a good topic, and I think for all religions, if you get anybody from all religions in the LGBTQ, because I would like to understand if you do get, it's good even from Christianity and because I do speak to people of different religions, and I would like to see how different religions are handling this sort of issue. It can help me on this side of things too. Anyway, I would like a variety. That's all I'm saying. If you do have an opportunity to get a variety of people from different backgrounds, I know that you have still focus on the Muslim side of things, but other backgrounds also it does
Well, yeah, today's
help.
stream is for all believers, and I think
Oh,
the
where are the
next two ones
Christians
are.
telling you? Good
Yeah,
Christians,
I
call
don't know.
in.
I maybe I should have a specific stream for Christians to call in. Maybe that'll attract their attention more to,
Maybe with the
think that.
thumbnail, include all the
Yeah,
symbols next time. Yeah, so
good idea. Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Well, this is how we reach common ground and you know um, help each other in communication. So brother, I'll let you carry on with your work and speak to the other callers. Have a good stream. It's been good catching up and
Thank you.
speak in the future.
Thank you. I'll
All right.
talk to you
Take care.
later. Bye
Bye.
bye. All right. Thank you, friendly Muslim, for calling in again. We've got two more callers in the waiting room. I'll just read a few more live chats that I had put aside. Let's see. Robert Moshe Thompson says, Aladdin was also the first ex-Muslim channel I interacted with, and now I'm stuck here forever. Thanks. You can check in anytime you want, but you can never leave. Let's see. Yeah, stop scamming, man. Thanks for the super chats. They said, in Pakistan, many Islamists seem blusteringly proud of their nation, yet aren't proud of its two Nobel Prize winners. Malala, as they feel her plight, complimented the West. Abdus Salam for being Ahmadi. So I'm aware of Malala, but not Abdus Salam. And Muslim apologists have a narrative to Christians of we too hold Jesus in great regard without thinking him God, such common ground they wouldn't take to Ahmadi, emphasizing they too value Muhammad. Yeah, interesting point. So about the first one, I heard every now and then, like I think Malala one time just said, "I don't see the value of marriage for me," or something like that. And Pakistanis really hated her saying that. It was as if it was an attack against Islam and the concept of marriage. And so, yeah, she's not very loved because, or at least in some circles, she's not very loved because she's seen as not Muslim enough. And that speaks to the pressure that a lot of Muslims and ex-Muslims are put under, or people, they don't necessarily want to identify as one or the other. They just want to exist. They're presumed Muslim and then held to that standard, and then people get angry at them for not acting right, acting Muslim enough. So I feel for her. And let's see, I'm getting back to your other comment. Yeah, Hotel Aladdin, California. And your other comment, you said Muslim apologists have a narrative to Christians. Right. So I hear that a lot, that Muslims and the apologists, they say, we love Jesus too. We can start from there, right? It's the only difference is he's not God, but we love him. We think he's a great man, a great prophet. Why is that different than Ahmadis? I feel like Ahmadis already know, in at least in a Sunni apologist's mind, for example, Ahmadis know true Islam. They just choose to follow their own weird version of it, is what they would probably think. But when it comes to a Christian, they can show them a whole new light. That's the mentality, I think. It's a whole new concept of Islam. No, wait, you don't actually know anything about Islam. Let me teach you. Versus an Ahmadi who knows, and they believe that that's the right Islam. So they see it more of an opportunity. And I think it's a very, very poor common ground to start at, because you're basically telling them your God is wrong. Let's start from here. I mean, the fact that you use Jesus' name, or the fact that Muhammad claims that he is a successor to Jesus, doesn't mean that he actually is. Because anyone can just claim that, yeah, all these prophets in the past, same God, that's me. It doesn't really prove much, but anyway, thanks for the super chats. And Happy Camper, sorry I didn't get to your message in time, but is that random Muslim the Quran with hadith saying people in paradise will laugh at unbelievers while they burn? Oh, I was talking about that. Yeah, there's a lot that's more systemic and rooted in the Quran, the true word of God, than just people's opinions, in my opinion. Wardun, thanks for the super chat, says the last caller was true to his name, nice guy. Yeah, he's been on the channel multiple times, and I'm glad that he is trying. Like, he's really talking to people who host these kind of live streams on both sides, and I appreciate him for that. So we've got 3 people in the back room. I'm going to add them in order. Please start by telling me, a brief overview of who you are and what you believe. And yeah, I'm adding Reverend Tacos in 3, 2, 1. Hey.
Hello, folks.
How's it going?
Going good.
That's great to hear.
So I want to give a shout out to Friendly Muslim. I think he's a cool dude. I've talked with him on other broadcasts. He seems reasonable. Now, I want to talk about myself. Like, why do I want to believe? Well, it's kind of complicated because, I'm kind of a wacky person. Sometimes when I'm down in the dumps, or I have this secret fantasy life where I used to be into theosophy, H.B. Blavatsky, karma, reincarnation, all this esoteric tradition wisdom. And one important aspect of the theology is this idea of reincarnation. So I kind of want to believe in it because it's my fantasy life. I look at rich people in Beverly Hills, rich people in general, living the high life, living in mansions. I'm like, well, how do I get that? And then it kicks in my fantasy life. Well, maybe if it's true, maybe in my next life, I'll be born to a rich family, live in a fancy home. So essentially for me, the fantasy life of wanting it to be true in the case of reincarnation and past lives is that because I'm kind of jealous, I'm selfish, and I'm greedy, and I feel disgruntled in life, or I'm downtrodden. I don't have all the fancy things in life, and I see other people who have fancy stuff, and I want to get it too. So it's sort of my fantasy life as a means of well, okay, eventually I'll get mine too.
So it gives you hope, basically, is what you're
Yeah,
saying?
it gives me hope because I'm jealous. Essentially, I'm jealous, and I want what they have. So in a sense, like the Bible says, we shouldn't covet, but in reality, I am coveting because I want to have what they have too.
So
So
I want to ask you this. It's interesting that you started by saying, I want to believe for these reasons. What does it mean for you to believe? Like, are you certain that this is going to happen? Reincarnation?
like I know it's like irrational, and I know there's no evidence for it, and I know it's a lot of it's predicated upon like pseudoscience and culture of India, Buddhism. I realize this from an intellectual perspective.
No, you don't have to justify yourself. I just want to know, at least not in this moment, I want to know, what does it mean when you say, I want to believe and I believe in it? Do you believe in it, and what does that belief mean?
I only want to believe. I only believe in it when it's like, how should I say? What's that term? When it's appropriate, like when it's convenient for me. I like to go to my fantasy life, and like, I guess in a sense I'm pretending that it's true, because in my time of like when I'm feeling disgruntled, I kind of like I use it as like a crutch to make me feel better. I
It's
know
like
it's
your happy
irrational. I
place
know it's
almost.
not real, huh?
It's like your happy place when,
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
like some guys, like when they're depressed, they hit the bottle, thinking it's gonna make their life better. Well, my bottle is like pretending that it's true because it kind of like it brings me into my fantasy life, like my dream life.
So in those moments that you feel like you need this coping mechanism or this fantasy, um, how much do you believe it? Like, what do you say? What do you mean when you say I believe it in that moment?
Well, I think when I say I believe it in that moment, it's like in a sense that I'm pretending. In a sense, I'm trying to convince myself that it is true. But like the more like I pretend that it is true, it becomes true.
Yeah. So in that, like, if you pretend, if you try, what's that end goal? Like, what does it mean in your moment of most belief, your strongest belief? What
I
does
don't
that
know.
mean?
It's hard for me to explain. It's like, it's sort of like, let's say you're a homeless person and you have this fantasy life of like, I don't know, you collect bottles, or you collect bottles all day and you cash them in for like 5 cents, 10 cents, and then you go out and you buy a lottery ticket, and the odds are like way against you. It's like 1 out of 250 million people will win the lottery. So you buy scratch off tickets and you're hoping that you're gonna hit the lottery so you can get out of the homeless tent and like get yourself a house. It's the odds are against you. It's not in your favor, but you do it anyway because it's like something to do.
I'm asking because it doesn't sound like what I get, or the same kind of category of belief that I get from someone who says I believe in Christianity or Islam or something else.
No, it's like it's hard to explain. It's like that's like the best way I could explain it.
No, I
When you
appreciate
feel
you trying to explain it.
when you feel kind of like you're down in the dumps, and you know the green-eyed monster is like popping up again, and it's like you kind of like you just go into your fantasy life of like playing pretend. So for me, it's it's like it's like playing pretend, like a fantasy life. Like you're in high school and you got like a you want to date the hot blonde cheerleader, but you can't, so you go home and you just pretend she's your girlfriend. So it's like
I can't
pretending.
say I relate, but okay. Let me ask you this: reincarnation is what you want to believe in because it helps you cope with the stresses of life. What
Yeah.
would you want to be reincarnated as?
Oh, I have like all kinds of fantasies, like be born to like a tall, hot blonde mom. Like I
Okay,
grow up,
no,
I
that
could be kind of like an Ubermensch, right? Or like it's like a fantasy life.
okay.
Like sometimes I would
um,
fantasize about like what would it be like to be born like a tall, hot, like 6 foot blonde, or something
right.
like that. And remember, it's just a fantasy life.
Okay.
I mean, does that make any sense? Because I think a lot of like religion and spirituality and faith-based ideas in general are based on a fantasy life.
I get where you're coming
You
from.
see what I mean? So I'm trying to
And
like personalize it and try to like, make it like a personal thing, because I think a lot of religion is based on that. Like we get to go to heaven, we get to have a mansion made of gold, right? Recline on chairs, have a bunch of houris, go to heaven, have a fantasy life. Everything is free, everything is given. We get to have all our joys in heaven. So I think, in a sense, it's a fantasy life. So my ideas of like these weird, wacky views that I have, which are completely irrational and very, to put it mildly, very stupid and doesn't make any sense and incoherent. It's kind of on the same level of a person, an Orthodox believer of faith. They're trying to get from A to B, and that's their
but
fantasy.
here's the difference, though. They're not as self-aware of it. They don't come out and say, I want to believe. At least the most of them don't say, I want to believe because it would be awesome to go to heaven and it sucks to not exist anymore.
Right.
Most of them, like, they might phrase it as because it doesn't make sense that this life is for nothing, or that there's not going to be any afterlife or things like that. So how are you so aware of it being some kind of fantasy or coping mechanism, and you still would say you believe in it?
Well, I only believe in it when it's convenient for me to believe, because it's like my fantasy life.
No, even in the moment where it is convenient for you, I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around what that means that you believe it in this moment, even.
Because I think like all other people of faith, they're just making it up as they go along.
So you think believers of religions have that level of awareness, but they're lying about it?
I think some people do have that awareness and others don't, or like they're in denial of it. Because like I've had debates with a lot of people of faith, all kinds of people of faith. I ask them, well, why do you want to believe? They'll tell me, well, because my religion said so. And I say, no, that's not why you want to believe. I think you want to believe in it for emotional reasons. And why I believe in my wacky ideas is for emotional reasons. Whenever the emotional need kicks in, and you use it as a crutch to get you through the night. That's all it is, and that's what I'm saying is what's happening with me. And I think a lot of religious people are the same way. They're just going through the motions.
It's interesting to me that you mentioned that they're denying, or they're either aware of this, of the fact that it's a fantasy, or they're denying it, and you're saying they're believing for emotional reasons, because everything you just said there is what Muslims say, or many Muslims say about non-believers. They would say they're in denial about their actual belief, right? They're just denying it, and they don't believe for emotional reasons. How do you know which is right, if that's your barometer, if that's how you measure?
I'm not really sure. I can only know how I feel about it. I don't have access to other people's minds. I can just say how I feel about it and how I set it up. It's just my own personal fantasy. I don't know what other people are thinking. I can just infer, or can like speculate that maybe they know it's BS, but they're just making it up as they go along, sort of like what I'm doing. I mean, come on, look at all these wacky religions. They all have wacky beliefs. I mean, how could anyone possibly believe it to be really, really true?
So do you think that your method of belief is better because you're aware of the wackiness of it?
Yeah, I'm aware of why I believe in it, which is I'm being true to myself, because I'm jealous. I think reincarnation would be a good thing if I can have a better outcome of my next life. I'm jealous, I'm selfish, I'm greedy, I want more. What I have is not good enough. So I'm well aware of why I want to believe in it.
Okay, let me ask you this, and unless you have something else you want to talk about, I really want to ask this.
Okay, go ahead.
What is the most, like, the least materialistic, the most wholesome fantasy you have about reincarnation?
Actually, it's all purely materialistic. That's all it is.
So you've never dreamed of like being a bird that's free to fly or something like that, or an eagle?
Well, okay, here's the thing.
Is it just restricted to humans?
According to my fantasy, I'd probably want to stay a human, because I think like humans are kind of cool, Because, like, what's so fun about being a bird? Yeah, you get to fly, but then someone can come in with a shotgun and shoot you and kill you. You're just like this little bird trying to fly, and someone can, like, shoot you, like, target practice. Like, who wants to be a bird just to get shot down from like, someone's rifle, you know? Like, what? Like, yeah, being a dog would kind of be cool because I get to live in a night. Who knows? Maybe my next life I could be reincarnated as a dog and live in a mansion in Beverly Hills. Who the hell knows? But, like... Yeah, but a dog's life kind of sucks because, like, you have to, like, depend on other people to feed us. But at least with a human, at least we have some control of ourselves and our faculties.
Well, don't you have that control in this life? How do you know that the new one is going to be better if it's the same level of agency?
Well, I'm just pretending that it will be better. Like, no one wants to, like, if you ask, like, Orthodox believers of, like, Hinduism reincarnation, like, what's that? They hate the idea of, like, being reincarnated into a worse condition than they are in now. So for them, it's like they're hoping that it's always going to be better according to their actions and karma in this lifetime. So they're always striding for a better next life. So in my fantasy life, I would hate to end up, like, being worse than I am now. I mean, the goal is to, like, become like a hot chick or something, like on a cheerleader or something, you know? So for me, it's strictly about, like, getting more stuff but better stuff.
Wait, I want to ask this, and feel free to stop me if it's too personal. Do a lot of these reincarnation fantasies of yours involve switching genders?
Well, it's like, you know, it's sort of like, it's like, well, see, but that's like the complexity of it. It's like if you're thinking, well, what would it be like to be a tall, hot blonde chick in, like, Malibu or Florida or something? I mean, those tall, hot blondes, they're hot babes. Everyone wants to be with a blonde babe. But then you think, well, if I get reincarnated as a hot blonde, then do I have to be? But then it's like, okay, so now I'm a hot babe and all the guys want me. Do I really want to go there with the dudes, or do I become like into girls, right?
We're getting a little bit off track here, but
so it opens up a whole other can of worms. Like, do I become like what does my attraction then lead to? You know, it's
all
like,
right.
So
we're layers into your reincarnation fantasy at this point.
Very. Anyway,
yeah.
If you have any other questions, we can go on it and we can move on.
No, I get the gist of it, and it's a very interesting view on reincarnation.
Yeah. So essentially, I want to, like, wrap up, let other people talk, because I think a lot of people of faith are doing exactly what I'm doing. It's their fantasy life, it's their secret life, it's their desirable life. They want to get to heaven so they can get the houris, like we have in a lot of religions, and I think that's basically what it is. It's a fantasy life driven by these desires. And I don't think I'm very unique in Orthodox religious people. I think Orthodox believers of faith are very similar to my fantasy life. It's at the end of the day, it's a fantasy. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's just their fantasy life. Would you kind of, like, agree with that?
Here's the thing. What's confusing me is your level of awareness of it and retaining it at the same time. Like, if I had the same thoughts about, oh, my religion is just merely a fantasy and coping mechanism and so on, that would mean I don't believe in it anymore. If I am that aware of the invalidity of it, I can't at the same time believe it. It's paradoxical.
Yeah,
that's what I don't understand. Yeah,
that's the difficult part for me to also, like, reconcile with myself. But then again, it's like I really don't care if it's true or not. At the end of the day, it's just my fantasy life, and as long as I get to play pretend, then that's all that matters at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, it makes me feel happy that I get to pretend, have to role play this pretend life, and, like, be okay with it. So it's like I really don't care if it's true or not. It's just my pretend fantasy life.
Fair enough.
And I think a lot of religious people, I think on some deep level, I think they kind of feel the same way, but they don't want to admit it to themselves. Yeah, it's probably BS, but I believe in it anyway because it's my fantasy life, and it's better than not having any belief at all. How about all the guys who are, like, in the religious, like, all the what do you call them? The church leaders, the church elders, the believers, the pastors? How many of them actually really believe in it? Right, but
I'm sure if you ask them, they will phrase it like they do more than you phrase it like you believe in it. But you're saying that they're denying, like they realize it's a fantasy and they don't actually believe it, but they're denying that is what you're claiming.
Yeah, because I think at the end of the day, they don't know where else to go. It's like either you believe in this or don't believe in anything, and like believe in like fatalism and nihilism, and who wants to believe in nothing? I think everyone at some level wants to believe in something, even if it is irrational and stupid. At least it's something. And I think for me, that's why I like to believe in these fantasy ideas, because for me, just the fantasy life.
Well, I appreciate your openness about it, and yeah, that level of self-awareness, it's impressive.
It's like the TV show in the 80s, The Fantasy Island.
I have not watched
just a fantasy. You never watched Fantasy Island?
No, I'm not that old.
Oh, come on. Fantasy Island.
No, I'm not that old, and I didn't grow up in that region, so I have no idea what you're talking about. But I get the gist of it.
But the audience knows who Fantasy Island is. Guys, in the comment section, thumb up, tell me if you know what Fantasy Island is.
We'll see. There might be a little delay.
They know. Believe me, they gotta know. Fantasy Island was like a number one TV show in America and all over the world. Remember, it's with the little guy. The plane. Anyway,
I'll give it a watch later. Yeah.
Yeah, you check it out, Fantasy Island. So it's like my own personal Fantasy Island.
Yeah. Well, thank you again for sharing all of this. I appreciate it.
To wrap it up, all of my ideas are just fantasies.
Okay, and if it makes you happy, and you're not harming anyone or yourself, then
yeah. And I hope I don't get reincarnated as a puppy living in the mansion, because that would suck too.
I hope you get whatever reincarnation you wanted.
All right, you guys.
I hope you make the best of it.
I hope so.
Take care. Okay. That was very interesting. All right, I'm going to read a few comments, and then we still have a few callers, actually. So let's see. Travis was saying a blonde taco. So that's basically a taco full of cheese, right? That's how I would see it. The best kind of taco. Prophet taco, VM is saying. And okay, yeah, something to mention here. Carmen says his talk is smoothing and I'm going to sleep by y'all. I don't know if you meant the caller, Taco, or myself, but if you do want to listen to me reading stories till you fall asleep or something, I do have a second channel. Link trees in the description. And there is someone here who's been taking it as an insult against Hinduism, when I don't think at any point he was saying this is what Hinduism is or reincarnation. Maybe they're taking offense to the fact that they're making a mockery of reincarnation in a way. But I'm sensing a lot of like offense here, and I don't think anything there was particularly offensive. But then switching to Jannah is a desert mirage. When you are hydrated, you see desert mirages. I guess you mean dehydrated. This is what's kind of annoying to me. Some people in the audience, they're just like, it's one side or the other. They're here like, oh, so someone's tangentially making fun of reincarnation or Hinduism, so therefore let me say how Islam is not true. Are you even listening to the conversation? So yeah. And someone said, the D says the caller sounds a lot like the comedian Bill Burr. A little bit, but Bill is a lot more offensive. Thank you, the Roaring Man, for this comment. I love you too, and for always watching. And please don't worry about that. Everyone here gets the same access to this channel. Do not worry about it at all. Okay, now taking the next caller, Unorthodox Libertarian. Let me see. I can't read the whole name. Theology. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Okay, so can you hear my voice?
I can, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Aladdin, for including me in the conversation. It's really good to be here, I mean, so yeah, I have to like tell about my beliefs and stuff. Yeah. So like before I talk about I suppose my beliefs, like how I reached my beliefs, I should say what I believe, I suppose, right? So I do believe in a loving God, who is compassionate, just, and I'm a universalist, which is to say I believe that all shall be saved, or all shall be okay, or all shall be happy in the end, including non-human animals, you
Okay.
know, all life basically. And I heard the conversation with, Taco. He was cool. He's I think you do not need reincarnation for like all that material stuff. I mean, if people die here and go to heaven, they can have like Ferraris, Lamborghinis and all that, all those good cars, private jets. Maybe people can actually become jets themselves, planes or something. Who knows? I
So
mean,
it's just is it an abstract, free for all, whatever makes you happy? That's the state you're going to be in.
I mean, n- not necessarily. I mean, if you get happiness from hurting people, that's not going to happen in heaven. Like, you will not be able to hurt other people, you know. So you will not be able to do the harmful things or things that cause significant suffering in heaven, in my view. Uh, but you will be able to like have much more uh like enjoyable time, I suppose, with less, with, I suppose, minimal amount of suffering. Like, that's my view of heaven. It's much more, yeah, I mean, it's probably somewhat similar to what Taco was imagining, but you cannot hurt other people and stuff. Yeah.
So
And
what's the basis for this belief for you?
yeah, so about that. So I also want to like emphasize, like, before I get to that too, I want to emphasize that, look, I think the problem of evil, or the problem of suffering, and divine hiddenness, and these two problems are major problems. I do not think that, like, if I'm able to overcome these problems, if I make a plausible case or plausible story, I suppose it doesn't, it's not like a knockdown argument, right, or a knockdown story which like completely knocks down problem of evil and divine hiddenness, right? Because I mean, the one of the important uh, counter arguments that atheists and agnostic people say with the problem of evil and divine hiddenness, like recently, especially the evidential problem of evil, and the evolutionary problem of evil, uh, that is, I think, a major thing going on in philosophy of religion. So evolutionary problem of evil is basically that a loving god, it is unexpected that a loving god would choose a mechanism or a system, which is evolution. And evolution has like survival of the fittest kind of mechanism, right, where species basically eat each other alive, or do like horrible stuff to each other to survive, you know. So it's a very blood and blood thing, and it is unexpected and like very surprising on the hypothesis of a loving god, right? That something god, a loving god, would choose such kind of mechanism to like allow such things.
So how does your belief system answer that?
Yeah. So the way I
And to
do
be
this,
clear, the way I understand it, it's not about being fittest per se, but it's like the 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 individuals of the species that is best at adapting to their environment, something along those lines, right?
yeah, but I think the problem of evil is, I mean, it's still bad, horrific, because animals are still eating each other alive to survive, right? That's the problem. Like the built-in thing, like there is like a parasitoid wasp that literally lays eggs inside a caterpillar or cockroaches, and they literally eat the cockroach or caterpillar from inside out.
So how does your belief system account for that?
Yeah, that's a great question, right? After so first of all, what I do is like I think some arguments for theism, like argument from consciousness or the contingency argument, they make sense to me. And the way I answer the problem of evil is to say that it's like give a story of why we are here, right? So my story goes like this, right? Again, by the way, I'm not a Christian or a Muslim, or I do not subscribe to any religion. So the story I give is perhaps maybe incompatible with some of these religions. So my story is that imagine a loving God creating people out of love, out of compassion. Like God was so happy and God wanted other creatures to be happy. So there you go. God created all these creatures and they are like enjoying themselves. They are happy, you know. Now, some of the creatures have like adventurous personalities, they want more perhaps suffering so that they can get a sense of, satisfaction or relief after they go through that suffering.
So
So
it's because some of the creatures want that contrast between suffering and happiness? Or is it God deciding that for the creatures that they cannot feel happiness truly without the suffering?
no, yeah, I think the first one is more something that
So
makes
so
sense
some of the
because I do
creatures
not.
like decided that is what you're saying.
Yeah, so some of the creatures were like adventurous or something like that, and they like talked with God or something, and they stated like, let's make an optimized kind of world where you are there for some amount of time temporarily, and
Wait, and
there is more suffering there
what happened to the
compared
creatures
to
that didn't choose this? Like in this story,
they they are
the
still in heaven.
they're still
They
okay,
are
those
enjoying
creatures are still in
themselves.
heaven.
Yeah, they
Okay.
are enjoying themselves. So my view is that broadly the world is broadly the whole omniverse or universe or multiverse, broadly the God has created a best possible world, broadly, very broadly. But we are in a kind of a like you can think of it as analogically to a video game, right? And in that video game, like I don't know if you played Dark Souls or some of these really
Not really.
difficult video games. And these games, what they offer is like they frustrate the player for some time, and then the players, when they win, they get a sense of satisfaction or relief when they complete a level or something like that, right? So perhaps some creatures wanted like high risk high rewards stuff, and they chose this world for a little bit of time, right, for 70 or 80 years, because I mean heaven is like infinite, in my view, infinite years. So some creatures wanted more suffering, and for a while less, like for a while less happiness, I suppose. So they chose this to be in this world. And
Well, what are you basing this story on? Is it just you having a hypothesis of this must have been how it happened because that makes the most sense? Or is there some
so
kind of inspiration behind this?
I mean, my inspiration would be, I think I take inspiration from other religions too, like Christianity, Islam and Hinduism and all these religions. I basically take some of the stuff that makes sense with the loving God, that makes sense with with the things which are compatible with the loving God, in my view. So, like the first thing I do is like try to establish that a loving God exists, and then I think about, okay, what kind of story I can give that makes sense, considering the problem of suffering or the problem of evil when a loving God exists,
Well,
right?
then that's a good point. How do you know that a loving God exists?
Yeah, so for that, I think there are a couple of arguments that personally make sense to me, that connect with me, like argument from consciousness, and the contingency argument is like, I think it's just the first stage of the second stage involves showing that God is a loving God, or it is more likely, it is more probable that God is loving, considering the states of affairs we are in.
Well,
That's
okay, let me ask it this way then, without having to get into that detail. The story that you're coming up with based on inspiration from other religions and your conclusions based on these contingency argument and others, do you think that it's one of many plausible stories or the one most plausible story?
I think this is the story. The story that I'm giving makes the most sense. I mean, this is mostly inspired by, uh, like, uh, the current philosopher, who is like an important one right now. Who is a current modern philosopher of religion. His name is Joshua Rasmussen. He is like a very respected one, and a very compassionate person in general. Like he's very patient, and his theodicy, basically, to answer the problem of evil, was the great story theodicy, where we are in this great story with God, right? And we are like actors. We are in this great story to, I mean, it's similar
Do you
to
take
my
this
views.
person to be like a prophet or some kind of messenger for this story?
No, I do not take him to be a prophet or something. I do not believe in prophets or anything like that. I'm more of like his story seems like plausible story that is like a plausible answer to the problem of evil or the problem of suffering in my view. And I basically modify that story to be even more plausible, bringing in that we consented to being here. Because the thing is, like, here's the thing, right? I believe in universalism, which is basically the optimism. Now, someone can ask me, okay, look, universalism alone, optimism alone does not justify this much suffering, because it's like universalism is, in some sense, feels like a compensation for the suffering we are going through, right? Like, we are
So
going through
it
this
kind
much
of makes
suffering.
up for all the suffering. Everyone's going to be happy in the afterlife, is what you're saying.
Yeah, so universalism is like everyone's going to be happy in the end, but the atheist and the agnostic person can, like, justifiably, in my view, like, reply that, look, compensation is not justification, right? Like, if someone punched me and then gave me like thousands of dollars, it will not still be justified unless I, like, consented in the first place. Like, okay, like
And also,
someone.
it doesn't necessarily mean that someone will pay you compensation for it, right? Like it could be that you just get punched and that's it. But I guess you're falling back on the argument that you didn't get into, but that's okay. The contingency argument of why, if God is not evil, then he would compensate you for it, right?
Yeah, God is not evil and is not indifferent, because I mean, if God is basically indifferent, doesn't care about human beings, then yeah, he's not going to compensate. I mean, if he's not compassionate, he does not really care about human beings, then I don't think he is going to compensate human beings or something. If God is good, then this is the story that I give to answer the problem of evil. And the problem of evil is basically the problem for a loving God, right? Because if someone believes in an evil God, or an indifferent God, then there is technically no problem of evil, because I mean, God just doesn't care about you or me. Nothing's going to happen. Perhaps we are all going to die. Yeah. So it's more like to like resolve the tension, or give like a satisfactory answer to the problem of suffering or problem of evil. And by the way, the satisfactory answer is satisfying to me. I understand that to some atheists or agnostic people, it will not be satisfying. And by the way, I do believe that you can be a reasonable atheist. I think atheists and agnostic people are reasonable. I think even those who are like misotheists, who like hate God or something, who like blaspheme, even they are going to heaven, as long as they do not like harm other people. They do not cause suffering. They are chill and cool. They like donate to charity, help others. So I do not believe, I am like so I am an inclusivist, which is to say, like, I believe that atheists, agnostic people, they're okay. They're going to be okay, as long as they are chill and cool. They are like helping others,
So
not hurting others, Yeah.
the last question I would have about that is, so since belief in this scenario is not a requirement for a happy afterlife or heaven, do you think belief is only kind of a relief for you in this life?
I think yes, for me and for some other people who are emotional people like me, because I think like here's like perhaps to make things more serious, like Taco talked about this in a perhaps a little bit non-serious way, but to make things a little bit more serious,
I was gonna say, you
if there's a
said to
person.
make things more serious, and you mentioned taco. I'm like, are you sure you're making things more serious?
I
But
mean,
yeah,
so here's the thing, right? Like, let's make Tacos kind of view more, perhaps more connecting with people here in the comment section.
mhm.
So there are people who die of horrific disease, right? There are people who have dreams, desires, they want to do something in the future. Like there's a kid, 12-year-old, 13-year-old person who is like a great person who is dying of cancer, and he wants to like watch the next Marvel movie, watch the next great, Superman movie or something, Spider-Man movie, or like play the next amazing video game, you know and like even me, I have like future desires, aims, like I want to write a great story, or like I want to like play the next amazing video game, or like I want to exist. I love people, I want other people to exist and enjoy these great creative activities, enjoy life, and people die, right? Some people die, they die of horrific disease, they die before completing their dreams, they they just end there, and belief in God. And not just people, like animals are suffering much more, right? Compared to people, animals are literally being eaten alive. Like a deer, while we are talking, a deer is probably being
Okay,
eaten
we
alive.
don't have to get into the graphic details, but yeah.
Yeah.
So to you, to sum up, it's, you see it as the most plausible way to solve the problem of evil and
Yeah,
to
and
have a
also,
resolution to this life.
yeah, resolution, also I think divine hiddenness too, because like one thing I can say about divine hiddenness is like from that story I can say like God perhaps, like, to make things in some sense a very high stakes or suffering filled, God perhaps stays hidden, but God still leaves some clues to make you have reliefs, like perhaps some arguments that make sense to you, you know some things that make sense to you in this life, that makes sense with a loving God leaves those clues for people. But as I think Bas van Frassen would put it, like he's a person who is like in philosophy of science. I talked with him about like by the way, he does not find all these arguments for the existence of God, like he does not really care about them. He talks about, he has very existentialist kind of view where he says like, look, we are uncertain about this stuff, we don't know a lot, but in some sense it's like a leap of faith, right? Like as Kierkegaard would put it, like you just have to take a leap of faith sometimes and just say, okay, I believe, I suppose, if things just don't work out, you know, to keep yourself sane, you know, I suppose. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
As much as I would want to understand, I can understand as much as I can, of course, but I appreciate you,
Yeah.
expressing it in words, and whoever can follow your way of thinking might
Yeah,
see
of
something they
course.
relate
Of
to.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Have a great day, Aladdin.
Thanks.
I will, hopefully you will be in heaven too. And I will see you. See you like do you enjoy like video games or something?
Someone had asked that in the comments. I only play one racing game sometimes, but not really video games in general. No.
Music?
Yeah, yeah, I enjoy music.
Yeah, you will listen great music there. Like you enjoy Radiohead, like
Yeah,
you
I'll,
know.
I'll become a car in heaven, I suppose, and I'll become an
Yeah, I mean, sure,
instrument of
like
music.
there's a movie called Cars, you know,
Yeah,
where cars are in
maybe
in
that's
real
someone's
life.
version of heaven. Yeah,
I mean, yeah, why not, right?
yeah.
Okay, have a great day, Aladdin. Thank you very
Thanks.
much.
You as well. Bye bye. All right. Thanks for the call. Um, let me read. Maybe there's one chat that I missed. Thanks, Islam Channel USA, for the super chat. He says, "Peace, Charlie." Thanks, Charlie. Um, I am Speed. All right, let's get to the next caller. We've got Mirror Me, Robert, and then there is an ex-Muslim, Lean, who wants to join. Um, hopefully, we'll have time for everyone. I'll start with Mirror Me. Mirror, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Oh, wrong person. Sorry. Hey, Mirror, how's it going?
Hi, Aladdin. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just, I'm sorry. I have a sore throat, so I
That's
might
okay.
sound like a monster right now. So I just I didn't want to talk about belief or something. I just had a very random question. Actually, it's not very random, to be honest. So do you think, okay, let me cut it short. So I had a breakup. I had my breakup like 4 days ago. Okay.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's okay. I mean, it hurts like shit, but yeah. I'm a Hindu and my girlfriend was a Muslim, all right? Okay. So I don't know much about Islam, but I was getting to know because I was dating a Muslim girl for the last 2 years. Of course, when I came across so many ex-Muslim channels and all that, I didn't get a lot of good reviews of Islam anyway, because, most of the criticism about. So I got to know about, how do you say, the girls don't have much freedom in this religion. I could be wrong. You can correct me, but what I've, realized. The funny thing is, so when I was dating my girlfriend for last 2 years, the first, you say 1.5, 1.5, years, like 1.5 years of my relationship with her, I was kind of, busy with my schedule and all that. So I was not able to give a lot of time to her, no gifts or anything. In the last 5 months of our relationship, when I actually, she got a little sick, yeah, and I started being concerning for her. I mean, start showing too much presence in her life, maybe over presence in her life, just because I was a caring boyfriend and I gifted her stuff and all that. And that's the point she broke up. And I was like, what the hell? Like, for 1.5 years when I was like, you were fine. And I was not too much, I was okay. Like, I was normal boyfriend, like, not paying too much attention, or like, not being overly present in her life. But I actually been over present in life for the last 5 months, when she was dealing with anemia and she was quite weak. And I started gifting her. I started paying attention. The reason I'm asking this question, because it is possible that, because maybe that's how she grew up, that's how she's, maybe, I don't know much about her family, to be honest, but I know her moms wear hijab, and they're proper Muslims, except her. She was not a hijabi or anything. So is it possible that, because she's used to see her mom in a certain way, and I don't know. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you think that makes sense?
I get the gist of what you're saying, but first of all, I got to say, I don't know your relationship, so I can't speculate on whether it's her awareness suddenly that, first of all, there is no basis for your relationship Islamically, a Hindu man and a Muslim woman. You're not even supposed to date, even if you were a Muslim man. Like, the dating girlfriend, boyfriend aspect of it is not allowed. But I don't know if she had a sudden awareness of how you're a Hindu, she's a Muslim. It's not going to work that way, but
No. Actually, no. That wasn't my point. Actually. It's not like, see, of course she knew about my being Hindu and all that. I mean, there would be problems, and she knew about it. She told me once that even if we get too serious about it and let's just say get married or something. Her parents, her dad especially, won't talk to her for life. She told me that, and she was ready to take that risk once upon a time, And okay, the point I'm making is, okay, so when I don't know much about Islam, okay, but what I've heard that girls, they don't have much freedom, they're not allowed to in the way that it's supposed to, not wear, like, not show up.
I mean, according to the rules, yeah, there's a lot more restrictions on the women than the men. But when it comes to your relationship, this is a bit off topic, but I want to ask you, did you measure your attentiveness or your being aware, or sorry, present in the relationship based on how much gifts you got her, or is that how she expected you to express love? Because
See,
that was your measurement of it, right?
no, actually, to be honest, I never blamed anyone, neither her. I mean, I actually blamed myself for most of the times. The breakup happened. I did a lot of shit in the past, I would say. Like shit in the past, as in, a lot of arguments and normal stuff. Like how break. She was very like, she's the best women I've ever met. I'm not gonna lie. But the thing is, when the last 5 months, I started showing too much care for her. Like genuine care, because she was sick. She was hospitalized once. And all that. I got too worried for her and started showing my love through sending her gifts. And I'm not measuring my love with the gifts, but what I'm saying is, I did these things for the first time because I just felt like doing it. It's not about show. It's not about showing her that I am throwing gifts at her because I want to buy her or something, because she was already with me, right, all along. I just wanted to show her care and I wanted her to get better. The funny thing is, she broke up when I started showing over care for her, and when I was not showing any care, like, because I didn't need to show any care because she was not sick or something. I'm sorry. I think I'm I'm acting like
I'll try to answer you because it's getting very off topic. But when it comes to the religion aspect, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you're unable to find an answer as to why things suddenly changed when you thought they're gonna, at least you're doing something good. But so you're trying to think, could it have to do with her religion, right?
Yep. That was my point. But I could be wrong. Yeah, I could be wrong.
It's very hard to say that. Like, I could tell you on principle, this relationship is not Islamic or allowed in any way. Whether she had a sudden awareness of that or somebody in her family found out, I don't know. But that's as far as I can answer from the topic point of view.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. Look, I know. I shouldn't be talking about something. I just thought I would do it because,
I know it's a difficult time, and I know it's after such a long relationship and such a hardship. I'm really sorry about your heartbreak.
Thank you. I know it was hard. It's a really hard time, to be honest. But maybe it could be that somebody might find out, like maybe her dad or something.
Well, I would advise you not to hypothesize too much. Like, talk to her, and if she is not giving you a straight answer, then you have to find closure yourself. And even if you find out that it has to do with her parents finding out or Islam in some way or another, it's not going to make a difference to your healing. Not really.
Oh, not really. I think no reason would help me with the healing, to be honest. Reasons are not, they don't matter. The actions does. An action already happened, so reason doesn't have a place. Yeah, I was thinking, of course, I would be full of doubts. I will be full of questions all my life. But it's fine. I don't know. I think I shouldn't waste your time because, there are more callers, and I think the more important question of beliefs. And
can I ask you about that before you go? Like, can you tell me what you believe in terms of spirituality or religion and why you believe it? Yeah.
To be very honest, I'm a born Hindu, but I'm not very religious or something. To be very honest, I do have a little God in my room. I used to pray. In fact, the funny thing is, the first ever girlfriend I've prayed for when she was sick was this, and I used to pray to my God that get her well soon, and she got well soon, to be honest. At least one thing got happened, but she broke up with me. So I don't know if God's playing something. I don't know. I think it's a funny thing. God's for me. It's I'm not very sure what God is. I try to believe in God all the time, but if it is God or whoever is doing, they turn things out to be so much funny. Um, Basically, I think what I believe is like we are a part of some kind of movie, which is I mean it's an old saying, I don't know, but I do believe it like that. Somebody's already scripted us, for their entertainment, and we are just mere characters, played by some crazy ass guy sitting up there. I could be wrong, but that's what I think, because that's how things turn out to be. For me, I don't know. I mean, for many people, I'm sure for you also.
saying that's because of the irony or the absurdity of things. That's why it must be a play for someone to enjoy.
Yes, because it's pretty well scripted. I mean, it's pretty well scripted. I would say that.
Well, don't you see that perhaps it looks scripted because you're looking for this pattern of something and then the opposite? Like when things are just going in a certain direction, all good or bad, you don't notice it and you don't think it's not scripted. It's only the moments when ironic things happen like this, which is, I guess it's not very ironic, is it, that someone would get healthier and then like these are two separate events? No?
No, actually, Aladdin, you don't know how the breakup happened. You don't even know how the breakup happened. Like, so it's good. If I don't want to talk about it because, I'll be giving too much information away. But the thing is, I don't know. She came to my house to break up with 2 lunches in her hand and sat with me for an hour in my room. And she came from other country, by the way. She lived in a different country.
It sounds like she cares to some extent. She cares.
She does. I mean, to break up from coming from different, taking a flight to come to me in my room, sitting in my room for more than an hour with lunches in her hand for me and her. Break up. Either
well,
she
I'm really sorry to hear.
Either, there's many things to, and that, it's not a normal breakup for me. That's what I'm talking about on live TV. Because,
well, here's the thing. I don't want to go further into the topic just because I don't want it to get too personal, and also because other people want to talk about the topic. But just to answer you, I don't know if it's religious or not, but it doesn't matter. Whatever the reason was, it was enough to break you up. So I hope that you can find closure beyond whatever the cause was.
Yeah, and then before I leave, and I'm sorry, I'm sorry if I distracted from the topic, far too many times. It's just, I think I'm not in a very lovely place right now in my head. But yeah, the thing is, coming to the belief, I do believe there is someone. See, I'm even though I'm a Hindu, I don't know which God it is. I do believe in my gods because I've been grown up praying to them. I'm not saying that, when I pray to them heartily, something does happen. But then something does happen underneath also. Do you understand? Like, I get to some point, but funnily something changes. And it's like the reason I told you it's all scripted, because God is making these funny steps. Like, he'll make something do, but then funnily he'll change the last bit of it just to have to confuse you, that I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm talking shit. Do you understand what I'm trying to say actually?
I get what you mean. I think it's more like you don't get everything you ask for, or sometimes you get some of what you ask for and some that you didn't. And that makes it feel like it must have been scripted to happen that way. But
I might be just thinking too much, and I'm probably.
I think you might be, especially with like the negative headspace you're in right now. So I hope you give yourself the space and time to, heal from this breakup.
Yeah, thank you, Aladdin, for listening to me, and
for sure.
I'll leave now. Okay, thank you.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Bye bye. All right, thank you for the call, Amir. We've got a couple more callers, and the last caller is an ex-Muslim. Today's stream is supposedly for believers, but the question is supposed to be about my beliefs, so I will allow it, I suppose. And the comments I have highlighted, Yeah, Misha, I want to ask about this. My dude is heartbroken and coming to Apostate to find closure. Relatable, honey. I'm not judging. How many people have been coming here for closure behind my back? This is the first I've heard of it. And I don't know if he's coming here for closure. I'm sorry. I don't mean to mock your afflictions or anything. But Misha, what's going on here? What's the story that I don't know about? By the way, while you're all here, do the thing, like and subscribe and all that stuff. All right, so taking the next caller, Robert. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Robert, how's it going?
Hey, good. Can you hear me well?
Yep.
So, oh my God, I've never heard another believer, or well, I guess another practitioner, like openly admit that they do religion like primarily for fun and for pleasure.
You're talking about Taco?
Yeah, that guy. Yeah. That's the first time
that's
ever
Reverend
actually...
Taco to you. Excuse you.
What's that?
That's Reverend Taco to you. Reverend Tacos,
I'm sorry,
again.
Reverend Taco. Peace and blessings. Yeah. What was I going to say?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. Because I also do my religion primarily for pleasure and not for like. What else do you do religion for except pleasure? See, I can't even think of it. Well, I mean, actually, no. I do understand like why people are, why people have other reasons other than that, but it's the only reason that I feel is, it's the one that I feel like justifies me the most. The fact that just practicing my religion, like, because I don't really have that many religious beliefs, to be honest. And I don't really, to be honest, I don't know any Jews who do, like, have a lot of religious beliefs. Some of them have, like, a really strong belief in Zionism, and that is, like, their religious belief, but belief in God is not, like, super strong, although I do believe in God. I found a new word for the belief in God that I believe. It's called pantheism. And apparently Sufis believe it as well. And they're line of reasoning is somewhat similar to mine, I guess. I do primarily practice my religion for pleasure and for enjoyment. And, I feel guilty about that sometimes.
Wait, just to pause you for a second. You said you practice for pleasure and enjoyment, but does that mean you believe?
Well, like I said, Judaism, I should have made this more clear. Judaism isn't really a religion. That belief is like the primary factor in being Jewish, although obviously I do believe in God, but I think that more the fun of practicing my religion is like, just practicing it and doing the things. That is where I find the enjoyment in. And I think that, I used to think that telling people that I'm religious because I like it was not a good enough reason, but I found that it's actually the reason that convinces people the most. Like, I don't feel justified fully, but other
convinces
people
them of what? Yeah. Convinces them of doing the same?
No. Like, what was I going to say? Sorry, what was the last thing that I just said? My brain was kind of going off.
You said you found that approach convinces people the most.
Oh, yeah. Convinces people that, like, less that convinces people, but it leaves people with the least questions. So when people ask me, why are you religious? The answer that makes the most sense to them, that they get it immediately, they don't ask any questions, they just get it, is when I say I just do it because I like to.
So satisfies people the most, I guess.
Yeah, like it satisfies their answer. Yeah.
Sorry, the question. Yeah.
Okay. And something that's changed since the last time I appeared on this live stream for Why Do You Believe is, do you remember how I was very, very nervous to tell you, like, to actually say anything really assertive about religion, and very, like, nervous to share anything. I felt even like guilty almost, but something that's changed. And another thing, you asked me if I find any ultimate truth from religions, and I said mostly no. But to be honest, I feel like I was more just saying that because I felt ashamed to like religion. And the reason, it's not because of atheists, nothing to do with atheists at all. Actually, the reason why I feel ashamed of being religious is because well, like most apostates, I have religious trauma. And when you have religious trauma and you still have religious urges, you feel like it's your heart justifying, like you feel like your body and brain is telling you that you wanted the religious trauma. Like it's kind, it's kind of like when children are like abused as children, and then when they get older and they actually have like natural desires for other people, they feel like the fact that they have those desires mean that they wanted the abuse too. And I feel that similar way. Like I feel disgusting for even wanting this thing that hurt me so badly,
Like you're associating the trauma with the religion even when you have control over how you're practicing it.
Oh, actually, I should have mentioned that too. I actually changed my religion.
Okay.
I used to be, well, I was raised Catholic. I wouldn't say I was never ever really a really strong Catholic. Like I became an atheist when I was like 9 years old. But I mean, who is really ever actually a theist at 9 years old, let alone an atheist, right? So I would say that I was really more just going from being nothing to becoming an atheist, and then raised Catholic, but really didn't like that. And then as I got older, I learned a little, when I was in high school, I might have been a little bit interested in like Roman paganism to get in touch with my culture a lot. But that was really more of a cultural thing and never really religious. And then when I turned around 17 or 18, I got interested in Judaism, but it was like that instantly. Like it was like I had gone my whole life without not like being ritualistic. Like I was always very ritualistic. I would not say I was always religious because I think that's not really accurate description of my beliefs over the course of my life. But I have always been a little ritualistic. And
Is it about like the routine of it or the activity itself?
Yeah, it's the activity. Yeah. It's the doing the thing that's really the most fun. Reverend Taco was actually, remember how he was talking about how he feels like he's living a sort of fantasy when he's indulging in these beliefs. I experience a similar thing, not when I'm indulging in certain beliefs, when I'm indulging in certain practices. So like, for example, about Hasidic people, right? The Hasidic Jews, how they're very strict and very traditional. They're kind of like the Salafis of Judaism in a way.
Yeah.
So being in one of their synagogues for like 15-minute prayer is the most, like, it feels like how Reverend Taco was describing his like fantasy. That's how I feel. It's so intense and so much fun, and I just feel so like surrounded with this like fun religious energy that it's like so exciting.
Well, how did you separate that from the trauma that you mentioned earlier?
Oh, well, like, how do I still enjoy religion despite having religious trauma from another religion?
Yeah, because you likened it to other abuse where you feel ashamed that you want to basically associate with. It's almost like you're asking for that trauma again or something, but now you're past that, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm past that, and it took a long time for me too. And you know what? Actually, I'm so glad I happened upon this corner of the internet. If I hadn't had the mind to look up, because there are a lot of hijabi bloggers. I follow a lot of them, but I realized one day I've never followed a niqabi. So I followed Ninja Mommy, and that's how I got here. So I'm glad that I did, because that did eventually help me to work through some of my old religious issues, because you ask a lot of very specific questions, and that's why I love Secular Spirits live streams too, because he also asks a lot of specific questions and I get to do research. Oh my God, I found out why there's so many vegetarian, Jewish, Zionist, social justice warriors. Apparently it goes back to a movement in the 60s, but that's a whole different story. But what else do I have to say?
I have to credit a lot of people. I have to credit Ninja Mommy for a lot of people, I suppose, coming here. Shout out to Ninja Mommy and to Secular Spirit, of course. Second or third time he's mentioned today.
Yeah. And you know something? That's another thing that I liked about Ninja Mommy and one of her, well, I guess they're not friends anymore, but Medina TV, was they also opened up about that they have religious trauma with Islam. And that actually made me feel a lot better, because I can't imagine what it must be like to know that you have trauma with a specific religion and still be interested in that religion. And I don't have to deal with that because I eventually, like, the religion that I like just happens to not be the religion I was born in. Maybe if I was born Jewish and had religious trauma being Jewish, I might still be Jewish, because I think that a lot of my natural personality traits have led me to like Judaism. Like how I said, how it was like instant, like all of a sudden when I started interacting with Jewish communities and culture and religion, that it happened really, really fast, and that it was like an instantaneous of like, oh my God, I love this. It's like if you meet someone and you feel like love at first sight, and there's no justification for why, but you just do. And sometimes it's right and sometimes it's not. But for me, it was, and I'm glad that I did.
But that's not what you believe anymore?
Like, I don't believe that wanting religion is bad. No, I don't feel that shame anymore.
No, I
it's
mean
still...
Judaism or religion in general. Is that how you're describing this wanting a certain religion or being attracted to a certain religion? Because you're a pantheist now, not a Jewish person, right?
No. Pantheism is part of Judaism, or part of some Judaism. But actually, do you know why pantheism, which is usually associated with Sufism, made its way into Judaism? It's because the Hasidic movement, which is actually a kind of mystical movement, has taken a lot of inspiration from the writings of Ibn Arabi. So the writings of Ibn Arabi have actually impacted Jewish law to a certain extent, and impacted the Hasidic movement in particular. So it's very well within the bounds of Judaism.
Interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, does that...
So do you think you're still on your journey to figuring out what you... I suppose, is it what you believe or what you practice? Is that what you're describing?
You know, I found that it's really mostly what I practice, because most of my beliefs have really, throughout my life, not really changed that much. Even though religiously I have changed a lot, my core beliefs and values and all of that stuff really hasn't changed that much. I guess being in contact with communities like Jews who are really intent in preserving their culture might have influenced, like, given me a bit of more sense of urgency, culturally speaking, to like document things that are being lost, like Jewish languages that are going extinct, for example, in the state of Israel. But and so yeah, I think that I am taking a bit more, being a little bit more honest with how much I want to take from religion, you know, because like I said, I'll re-explain the thing that I was saying before, which is that since I experienced pain through religion, I wasn't thinking Catholicism or Christianity, where through religion, and I equated Christianity with religion because that's what we were taught, that Christianity is the only religion. I knew there were other religions logically, but I felt like hating Christianity meant that I hate all religions. And when I realized that that's not true, I felt very guilty, not for like generalizing all religions, but I don't know. It just is such a... God, I hate people who inflict religious trauma on children. Oh my God, I hate it. Yeah, so that sums up what I think, and I had some more. No, yeah, I think that's all that I have for now, unless you have any questions.
No, I'm just wondering where this journey is going to take you next. The next time you
you
call
know where
in.
it's going to take me? I've actually... I'll give you a specific example of a specific thing that is changing, and that I hope to have something written down soon, which is I actually recently found out that Judaism has 6 different sex designation categories, which I think is wild, because I always thought of Judaism as a gender binary religion. But apparently there are 4 different, besides male and female, there are 4 different like sexual identities within Judaism, or there are less identities and more like halakhic status sections, which is basically like social categories. So they're genders, really. They're not really sexes, they're genders. And I found that my gender, and sex actually fits pretty well with one of these 4 historical groups, which is actually called androgynos, which the reason why it sounds like the word androgynous is because this word actually comes from Greek, because a lot of Jewish writings were written in Greek. A lot of them are written in Arabic. And so that's why it has why it literally just sounds like androgynous. And so I want to write a kind of like fatwas, or their equivalent in Judaism, are not really that important. Like, they exist, like specific legal rulings that are issued, but they're called responsa. And so I want to write a responsum, like making a case that, like, I don't have to make this case because my community accepts me already. They're like, yeah, whatever, doesn't really matter. But I want to be able to, like, actually go through this old literature, which is rarely ever invoked whenever we talk about, like, queer people in Judaism. And I really want to see to what extent does my actual, like, religious and gender and sexual identity actually match up with a historical third gender category. I think that is something that I'm really excited about. And I will let you know how it goes when I do. By the way, one last thing I'll say before I go. Absolutely loved the picture that you put of Moses. I don't know if you or Jasmine drew that, but I thought it was so cute. If it wouldn't, like, get me permanently associated with you, I would probably steal it and make it my profile picture because it's so adorable. You should make one. You should make one for, like, Aaron and Miriam and them. That would be totally cool. Oh my god.
Well, there's a whole video coming up. Hopefully, the weekend is unrealistic, but hopefully by mid next week, of the story, part of the story of Moses and something. I'm not going to give it away. So you're going to be
Is
seeing
something
more.
going to be the video where you tell everybody to obey me?
No,
Obey the Jews? No.
that's different. There's another video where Muhammad tells people to obey the Jews, but that's a whole different thing. But yeah, so you're going to see him not animated, but in more positions and stuff. So take your shot and make it your profile picture, I guess.
Great. Okay, I will. But I have
if
your
it's
permission
safe
to
to do
that.
so. Yeah, if it's safe to do so, but
Okay, great.
don't get yourself in danger.
Okay, I will.
Yeah.
I mean, I won't. I will not.
You know,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
And you need to tend to that microwave, I'm guessing. Is it a microwave?
Oh shit! Yeah, I've been Yeah. Okay. Goodbye. Bye.
Bye, Robert. Okay. We are going to take the next caller. Unorthodox in the back room. Yeah, sorry I can't get to your messages at the moment. So I'm taking Lean and then an anonymous Muslim. Lean's going to ask me some questions about my beliefs, then anonymous Muslim, and then we'll wrap up. So Lean, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Lean, how's it going? You are muted.
I'm muted. Okay,
Yeah,
good?
you're back. Yep.
Dude, I'm so nervous. Okay.
Oh, no need to be.
I have to breathe for a second.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's all take a breath.
Honestly, that's what people need to do.
Yeah.
All the time.
I'll start a meditation channel. Okay.
Yeah, honestly, with that voice, you can.
I need to meditate. I can't teach people how to meditate if I don't do it.
Well,
So that's
if you're teaching, you know some of it, so you can implement your teachings on yourself.
Sure. Yeah.
So, honestly, to just sum it down to what my beliefs are, is that mainly not to put every person in the world into a box, any box of what you want to define them as or want to control them through. Nobody can be placed in a box. Human nature is crazy and it's wide, and there's just so many things that humans can be.
So do you think of like box, do you think of any label as a limiting box?
A label as an, well, I'm an ex-Muslim, you know that. So through my experience with that was, especially how they say that like people who are homosexual are evil and wrong and what they're doing is an abomination. And I believe that's putting them in a box of, no, you are disgusting. You are a horrible human being. And just because my God said so, you're horrible. And I feel like I don't know if I'm explaining it well. Probably not, because I'm nervous.
That's okay.
Yeah. So that's how I just believe you can't put people in boxes. Not literally, but religiously.
You shouldn't put people in boxes literally either, but yeah.
Unless they want to be put in a box.
I guess informed consent, just get it in writing first.
Yeah, and also I did want to know, because I watched your videos, I just don't know what you exactly believe in.
So, can you be more specific with that question? So, what do I believe about what?
So if you do have a belief, like in a set belief where there's a group of people that also believe it, as in like not from a book mainly, but just from a group, if that makes it clearer.
So a box.
Oh
Shut up.
man! Hey, oh shoot! Well,
Psych.
I mean, I don't know. Are you in a box or are you not in a box? You know what I mean? Like, I'm
Yeah.
not. I'm just wondering. Are you in a box?
Isn't life
Not.
just one big box? Oh, so it's okay to ask people if they're in a box, but not to put them
Yeah,
in.
it is okay. Yeah,
Right.
it's
Okay.
okay.
So self-identified boxes. Let's see. Not clearly. So here's the thing. That's why I don't use the label atheist, for example, because
Mhm.
that's a box. Because people usually think, oh, atheist means believes positively that God does not exist, that this world came from nothing, that everything came by coincidence, and all these like ad
Mhm.
hoc explanations and beliefs that's not what atheism means. And I also don't say that the concept of God is implausible, that of a creator, of a higher being, of something is implausible. It's just which one? And all of them seem implausible. Anyway, so I don't really have a set label or box. I don't even want to call myself a humanist yet without completely understanding what that means and
Yeah.
what I'm doing to be a humanist. You know, like I'm
Mhm.
doing some things that could identify me as a humanist, but I don't know what like everything that the label encompasses, so I don't want to take on that label yet, you know?
Yeah,
Um,
I get you.
I
Because
don't
it's
want to be
hard
put
to
in a
call
box.
yourself. Yeah,
Don't put
exactly.
me in a
Because then
box.
you have to defend the box. You'd have to defend that box, and if you're not able to defend the box, how could you be in the box?
Yeah,
Get out of the box.
it's my box fort. No, like the only box I suppose that I am in is I guess the label ex-Muslim, and that's something that people like. What do you think of that label or box, ex-Muslim?
You know what? I find it valuable for the people who are ex-Muslim, because they're going through a very dangerous situation through no fault of their own sometimes, when they're born a Muslim and then they choose not to be Muslim. I feel like it's they need that group, they need that label to save them from themselves sometimes, because you can get into your head so much about what if God's real, what if this is a test. But then with that group you have people who can tell you, well, let's talk about it. Do you really believe that this is true? Do you really do you think like we're here for you? It's kind of like that's how I think about the label ex-Muslim. Like, you can find other people who think like you.
I think it's great for reassurance. Everything you just said, yes. And it's not just that you're finding someone who agrees with you. You have somewhere to land. Like there's like solid ground almost, because if the label ex-Muslim never existed, you would be thinking of yourself possibly, oh, I'm a bad Muslim, or like you know that especially for people on the edge who are just held back by fear and indoctrination and things like that, they don't believe, but they don't know what is going on, so they might think, so what am I'm a Muslim, I was born Muslim, I'm just a very bad one, or I can't even be a Muslim, what is wrong with me, and so on. But realizing, oh, ex-Muslim is a label, those people used to be Muslims, they're not, and they have the same like I'm gonna say the same like distribution of all sorts of personalities and like being a good versus bad person. Like there's good ex-Muslims, there's bad ex-Muslims, there's some who are, you know, into sports, some who are not. It's everything.
Yeah.
And I hope that someday we don't need that label, just like I mean, people
Yeah,
still need the label ex-Christian to some extent, but not like
yeah,
ex-Mormon or ex-Muslim.
yeah.
And
The more
what
traumatic your experience, the more the X sticks around.
let's put it this way, the more the community and the religion makes the distinction, the more the label's going to be needed. Like
Mm.
if the community is pretty cool about, oh, you're
Oh
not
yeah,
religious
I get it.
anymore,
Mm-hmm.
so then you don't need to call yourself anything, right?
No, you could just be you.
I hope we get to that point. Like once we get to
Yeah,
a point where you can't assume that a guy called, I don't know, some Arabic name, not just Muhammad or Ahmed, is
yeah,
Muslim,
yeah.
or like a girl called Aisha or anything.
Aisha. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once you don't assume that she's a Muslim and you gotta ask if it's even relevant, or you don't ask at all, then the
Mm-hmm.
label is not going to be as necessary. But I think we're a
Mm-hmm.
long way from that.
Yeah.
So stay in your box is what I'm saying.
Ah,
Yeah.
I know I'm still going through this. Like, I'm still going through life, figuring out what the heck I'm here for, what I'm not here for. I want to simplify it for myself because I can hear a bunch of people talking, and scientists and people who use, honestly, I'm not the smartest, and I could say that. Not because Islam tells me I'm not the smartest, because I'm a woman. I'm a she, her. But not because Islam tells me I'm not smart. But I just, there are people smarter than me, of course. But yeah, like I'm trying to simplify it for myself. I'm trying to see, well, okay, simply I'm here, and I may not be here in a couple years or even tomorrow. But that doesn't mean that God exists.
It's funny
Yeah.
how that specific point is often used to remind people that God exists, at least in
Oh yeah.
Islamic background. Like
Oh
I
yeah.
remember even in the call to prayer, like once we're lining up, there was a certain call where they would say, like, pray each prayer as if it's your last, like as
Oh
if you're gonna
yeah.
die.
So dramatic.
It
God.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense in that worldview if you truly think that you could be so close to hell, even if you're a
That's true.
believer. Of course, you want to do everything to save yourself and whoever else. But
Mm-hmm.
it was funny to me that you said the same exact thing, but the opposite way. It's not proof of anything. No, it's just
No, it
no.
isn't. And then to me, it's just okay. Yeah, tragic. Like if people who want to, I'd put a reason to tragedies. Like I see dead animals on the road every day, and I want to cry. But there's no reason that they died. There is no good reason that they died. They just died because a fucking car ran over them.
Well, let
And
me ask you this to bring it back to belief. Let me ask you,
yeah.
what do you believe about God, the concept of God, a specific God, whatever, and yeah, what do you believe about that?
What about okay, well, I mean, to go back to where it even came from, which was, I don't know, maybe 4,000 to 2,000 years ago. Well, people really didn't know much better, I want to say. And there is even like, I was watching a video of them explaining the kind of need for a higher power was to control people, to control them and kind of scare them into lying. Like, okay, don't steal, don't do drugs, don't sleep around with my wife because God will get you. You go to hell. Like, that's how I see it. But
So
now
do
you.
you not think, do you think that let me ask it this way, where do you
Mhm.
think life came from, and what do you think is the purpose
Whew,
of life?
I wish I knew, honey. I'd be God.
And then would you share the answer with the rest of us?
No, because I want to drive y'all crazy because I enjoy it. Because
So
I want you all to go to.
you call into my stream when you're
Just
not
kidding.
God, but when you get the status, you don't call in. Okay. All right. I see.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, if I was God, but I'm not. I feel like
Yeah.
I'd be nicer, or maybe more clear and make things simpler because humans are fucking stupid.
The way that you
Sorry.
created them. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's true. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's true too. I guess
Yeah.
I'm flawed.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad to have had this conversation, to be honest, and I'm so happy with what you're doing because you're also bringing a lot of people from different backgrounds to open up about even personal things that other people can be going through, like struggles of even if I saw Hindus too that were speaking to. So I'm like, even if you're another Hindu, you can hear like them talking about their own experiences and it can help everyone out. I don't know. people talking to people is just a good way to heal.
I agree. Thank you. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, take care, Lean, and
See ya.
catch up with you later.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Thank you, Lean, for the call. And there's a couple of nice live chats. I'm sorry, I just don't like to flatter myself, so I can't read them, but they have been noted. Thank you. And I'm taking the last caller, Anon Muslim, to answer your question, the Roaring Man. Yes, I have left Twitter a while back. It's just it's giving someone unfettered access into your mood and brain all the time, right? Like especially if you're someone that people tweet at. And it's just crazy to me how quickly something or nothing could just be tweeted into the wrong side of Twitter, if you know what I mean. And then it suddenly floods of negative, not just like people calling me names, but the most negative thoughts and ideas being communicated. I see that in comment sections in YouTube and TikTok. TikTok is way worse, but TikTok and Twitter are kind of on the same level. The horridness of the comments, it just makes me sad, not personally offended, but more like it's sad to see a tweet storm of hate when I'm trying not to view those people as hateful. I understand that if a certain tweet gets retweeted into the wrong circle of Muslim Twitter, it's going to be concentrated toxicity, and that doesn't represent a percentage, like the correct percentage of Muslims. But being exposed to it with that intensity makes it very difficult to keep seeing to humanize the same group of people. So my choice was just leave that toxicity behind, because there's not much benefit that comes from tweeting, at least from what I'm trying to do with tweeting. It's hard to give context that people keep asking for, because you give it and they don't pay attention to it. And TikTok is similar, but the benefits are higher. So please go follow me, Linktree in the description, because it helps me live stream with strangers and people come across my content when they haven't before. So I'm going to endure that for a bit on TikTok. So please help me get to 1,000 followers so I can live stream. They don't let you live stream before that. Anyway, I am going to take the last caller of the day, Anon Muslim. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Anon, how's it going?
Good. How about yourself? How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking.
Cool. I like the books in the back. It looks really cool.
Thank you. Half of them I haven't even read yet, just to be completely transparent.
No, it happens. I have some books on my shelf too I haven't read.
Yeah. So tell me, what do you believe and why do you believe it to be true?
Sure. So actually, one thing you were saying, I think in last conversation or maybe 2 conversations ago, I can kind of relate to. You were saying something on how some people can believe in Islam, but they may feel weak or something on it, right? So I'll be honest, I don't practice to such an extent that you can go to, right? But I mean, I do genuinely believe, and I do genuinely believe I should practice to that extent. But I'll tell you why. Can I give you some upbringing? Is that fine? If like some background?
Sure. Yeah.
I was born in a secular household, not atheist. A secular, they were Muslims, but they were pure secular. In a lot of Muslim countries, if you see a lot of people who are, let's say, more in the upper class, you'll see are much more secular compared to other people, right? So I was born in a very similar situation to that. I went to some Islamic school, did not really believe in it, did not have any faith in it or anything, and yeah.
But you still didn't consider yourself not a Muslim. You just didn't quite believe what was in the school?
No. Okay, this is the thing. I've been on the internet. Even I work as a programmer today at a pretty big, at a FANG company. What's a pretty big deal in software. But the thing is, I've been programming. I've been able to read arguments either way, right? So if you look at the internet back in like 2008 or 9, you'll see it was very atheist and even decently credible. Like it's more written out. It's tough to explain. But today you will see more theists on the internet. So even back then, maybe when I was much younger, I would probably even maybe say I was an atheist. I wouldn't say this to anybody, obviously, but that's probably my internal belief. But outwards, I was probably just secular Muslim like my parents. Does that clear it up? Or
okay, yeah.
Okay.
So you weren't a believer back then. You were somewhat of an atheist, I suppose.
No, pure atheist, but inwardly, not outwardly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So yeah, that's from pretty much the background. From when I got older, I thought these religious arguments were just completely just nothing. They were just completely like let's say you got someone like Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, and this and that, and you could just completely get rid of all these people, right? But the more I go into the arguments, they're not dumb. Like, for example, if you go into like Muslim skeptic or something, he's a Harvard graduate with a physics degree. The logical arguments he's making are not completely like stupid or anything. If you look at a lot of these other Muslims, they're not dumb. I'll even give you this though. A lot of Muslims, ex-Muslims this comes with too, are arrogant though. I will give you this. For example, if you do get hijab or Ali Dawa, these people, I will not deny they have a lot of arrogance. But even Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, these people are arrogant too. They will talk about things they have no knowledge about. And even some of them, Richard Dawkins is a Palestine supporter, but Sam Harris, he goes on the Zionist train just like that, and he doesn't even. I'm not anti-Jew.
Wait,
I'm
I'm not
anti-this,
I'm not a
yeah.
fan of either of those guys, but
Okay.
can you give me an example of the arrogance among ex-Muslims that you see?
Sure. For apostate prophet, if you really want people to, let's say, become non-Muslim, right? You genuinely have to give a decent argument, and I won't lie. There are some decent arguments you can give. I will not lie on that. That you can actually change. You don't go with some guy who eats a Quran on a live stream, and I mean, these aren't the ways you talk to people or even change their minds, right? I mean, you're just degrading someone's culture, right? This is even if someone's a cultural Muslim, they'll become more radicalized because of this. Almost like the West. Like example, I can somewhat sympathize with some people who become very radicalized in the East, because look at the West. They're going on like some 18th century ideology and trying to. People from these part of the world will not voluntarily accept this, but they'll have to push their ideology to make other people accept this, right? I mean,
Wait,
you
I
cannot.
want to
Yeah,
take it one bit at a time. So
sure,
going back to, you had mentioned the Muslim skeptic, which, full
sure,
disclosure, I think is horrible what he teaches.
okay,
I don't know about his arguments for the plausibility of God, but
sure.
we got to that point. I wanted to know before we talk about him.
Mhm.
So how did you transition from not believing or being inwardly an atheist to believing? Was it because of the Muslim skeptic?
No, no, of course not. No, of course not. I think the Muslim skeptic, he has good points, but I will be honest. I think he's I think a lot of these people in this field are. You were, in all honesty, one of the not too. You make some videos sometimes that do honestly offend me. I think would offend some Muslims, but the way you do talk is not arrogant. I'll give you this. So that's one of the reasons I'm even on this channel, and I even like engage with. I would not engage with a lot of these people, but for the Muslim skeptic, some of his arguments, I think, I mean, it'll sound crazy to a secular person, right? Because a secular person does not think in morality from God, right? They think of their morality comes from just what is the thing of the time, right? Like maybe 40 years in the future.
No, I'm
Yeah,
hearing a
sure.
lot of like his thoughts echoed in yours, but
Okay.
that's not necessarily true. So something you said is somewhat true, that it doesn't make sense to us. As you said, a secular person.
Mhm.
Well, secular, someone could be religious and secular, but I guess what you mean to say is a non-religious or atheist person. So you're saying the points make sense that morality comes from God. Once you accept that morality comes from God, then his arguments about what those moral points are make sense, right?
Yes, but yeah, continue.
So I want to know, how did you go from like being an atheist inwardly or not believing to being a believer, aside from the fact that
Sure.
some of his points make sense?
Sure. If you look at, let's say you have a book, right? Let's just say it's 1400 years old, right? I know you can make this argument with the Book of Mormon too, but if you have a book that's been given to 1.6 billion people and it has not been changed, and everyone's pretty much reading the same version, I cannot see, like, that's almost like, it's almost like it's almost, I'm not saying this is scientific evidence, but this is almost evidence for me that this book could very plausibly be true. You cannot rule it out like that. I don't think. And then when you get some other, I don't think Muslim skeptic is the best person to go on this, but when you get to other people who can make some decent arguments on the Quran, I don't think it's very easily plausible to just rule it out. Number three,
But
and you, yeah,
wait, I want to
yeah,
pause you
sure,
for a second.
sure.
I'm trying to not quiz you or anything, but I want to get to the level of your reason to believe or how you think about it. So first you mentioned that however many 1.6 billion people and all have the same Quran, there's
Yes.
arguments to be had about some variations in the Quran and all that. And
Okay.
but I want to know, like, is that a criteria that you would assess a religion on independently of Islam, and then you happen to find that Islam fits that criteria? Or is it something that you see Islam fitting, therefore it is now a criteria for how plausible a religion is?
I think if I understand your question, the first part, because the thing is, for the Book of Mormon, it doesn't have the followers where you can make that argument, right? But if you had the Quran out of 1.6 billion people, you would expect some corruption. Look at the Bible. They're like, if I go to my neighbor's house, who's a, let's say he's an Orthodox Christian, right? He will have a Bible that's much different than if you go to any of my other neighbors' houses who are will have the King James version, right? So I mean, and they even have completely separate beliefs. Like my neighbor will not eat pork; they will eat. I mean, to such an extent where it's wild. I do agree. Maybe if you get into theology with respect to Shia Muslims, they have different, not the Quran, but they have different beliefs on, let's say, Imam Ali and divinity, and also they have different beliefs. I mean, there are a lot of things they have different beliefs on, and those do not make too much sense to me because I believe in pure monotheism. I do think the Shia Muslims, to an extent, they are believing monotheism, but they're almost putting Ali to a partner of God.
Wait, I want to ask before we get into that.
Sure.
So here's what I'm seeing from my point of view. The comparison is always with, like, Islam is the most preserved, like Quran is the most preserved book, and there's the
Yes.
least variation in sects, which all is debatable, but let's just take that as a given right now.
Okay.
And then you compare it to other religions where they don't fit that criteria, therefore this one is more plausible. But
Yes.
did you start with that criteria being how you assess a religion to begin with, or are you starting from it because of a Muslim background, or a Muslim because Islam is the one that's being assessed first? Like, is that an independent sort of criteria that, like, is there another measuring stick that you would take against all religions? Or is it something that you always start with, this is a measuring stick that Islam claims is good at?
I would say the measuring stick I'd use it to any religion. If Christianity was shown to be that preserved and that perfect, and everybody
No,
had the
but
same
the
vibe,
idea that the preservation means that it is God, from God.
Yeah.
Where did you get that stick from?
I got it from Islam, but hear me out. Even if I did not get that from Islam, I would go with that same thing pretty much, honestly. Being 100% honest with you.
How are you certain about that? Like, what gives you the certainty?
Something you are giving me a little trouble on, what I will have to, I'm intellectually honest, I'll admit on it, is I don't know whether my Muslim background influenced me. I'm pretty confident it did, right? Even though if they're secular, I mean, if I was, let's say, an atheist like some of my neighbors, right? They have no idea about this. They have like literally no, I've talked to these people. They have no idea what I mean. Like their theology doesn't, they'll watch, let's say, some 2-3 videos on something and get even a half-baked interpretation on this, but I can't blame them on, right? So it's tough to say if I was like born completely atheist, if I was born agnostic, or even whatever, right? I would even know about these arguments, right? So I mean, I cannot answer on that one, but for the measuring part, I would say so, because I mean, if something is that well preserved, right, with that many people, and it's that holy, and even in that book, there's like a promise that says it will not be changed. It's tough to like say that, like it's too eerily, like it's very tough for me to just like disregard it, like it's nothing, like it's just, it's just like another faith.
So rather than me trying to fight that claim that it is preserved, because I don't believe it is, but I'm trying to get at the idea that what you said, that's a good point, that you're intellectually honest about that.
Yep.
So that's the view that I had, right? When I started to really doubt, I was thinking, okay, forget my Muslim bias. If I were to explain this to someone else, do I go and tell them, look at how preserved this book is? It's so plausible that it is from God. Do you think that is a convincing approach? Forget arguments, forget debates, and empirical proof. Do you think that if you go to a stranger who's open-minded, that is convincing enough?
I mean, if you go to a stranger who's open-minded, I don't think most of them will be convinced from. I mean, this is for anything, right? Like, let's say I go to, most people will be kind of with the beliefs they're born in. If you're, let's say, a creationist, right? And someone says, here's some vestigial traits, here's some speciation, here's this, look at evolution. Most people will not even think about that, right? But I mean, I don't want to, if we get into that topic, it'll be way deep, it'll get very fishy, but I mean, if going on this, I don't think just that would, I don't think if I go to the street and say, hey, this book has been preserved, it says in this book is preserved, 1.6 billion people believe in, they have the same book, right? I don't think just like that someone would accept it, but I think that could really get someone, it make it more plausible to someone that in such a way that they would not just completely disregard it like it's nothing, or they wouldn't even like dare, like, let's say, eat that book on a live stream or something. They'd have to treat it with a decent amount of respect, I think, if they.
Well, here's something I haven't touched on, and I won't get into too much, but I don't think that a book deserves respect, or people's feelings necessarily specifically deserve respect just because it's a holy book. Like, again, if someone's eating the Quran out of protest to show that people will be more upset about that act than other horrific crimes committed in the name of their religion, he did make that point. Not that I'm saying I want to piss off Muslims, but he made a point with that. And what I'm trying to get at here is there's a bunch of different topics that we're talking about. Let me ask you this.
Sure. Go for it.
So your belief that God is the one true, Allah is the one true God, and Muhammad is his messenger, and so
Yes.
on. How certain would you rate that from 0 to 10?
8.
8. Okay. And how much of that would you attribute to this unlikeliness that this book would be preserved and not from God?
60 to 70%.
Of that, of the 100 or of the 80?
Wait. What the 100 or the 80? Wait, can you repeat?
Sorry. So
Well,
you say your
confused.
belief is at a 80% certainty, right?
Yes.
60 to 70 of it is because of the unlikeliness of the Quran being.
Yes, definitely. If you could, I've even gone pretty deep. I was wondering, like, there's a guy at Rice University, has 20,000 subscribers, who tries to show that it's not preserved and this and that. The problem is he's a Christian and the institution is Christian, so I mean, I get really skeptical. And there's one from Notre Dame, and no, I've gone decently into this, honestly. And I know what's it called, the like little things in. I mean, okay. I don't think we should go into a theological rabbit hole, right? But there is a rabbit hole with it. So I won't lie. I've gone into yeah.
So what if someday you find out from a non-Christian source, right, an institution that you can verify to some extent
Sure.
that it isn't actually preserved and there were copies that were removed, whatever that proof looks like, let's say it exists, would that shake your faith?
A little bit, but they'd have to make some evidence that literally, they'd have to explain how everybody has the same Quran today. And was this actually the original Quran, or was it, for example, people use this? I mean, this has been memorized orally, right? I mean, if something's memorized orally in this kind of system,
you make a very good point.
It's very tough for you, and also how would some illiterate caveman, figure this out? I mean, you're making
that's a lot of things. Let's take it one at a time.
Sure.
You make a fantastic point.
Okay.
That how do we know that the Quran that everyone memorized today is the one? Like if someone got some old manuscript and they're like, look, it's different.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and it better than any of the current proof, higher standards, and they said, look, this is different. You could still say, how do I know that this is not some kind of error? Like how do I know that this is a variation of the Quran rather than an error, and that is not like the preserved Quran that everyone memorized? But what you're a programmer, right?
Yes. Oh, I told you for a minute. I was thinking, how do you? Yeah, no, I told you. Yes, sure.
No, I don't have ilm al-ghaib. Let's say you made a branch on GitHub, right?
Oh my, you're a programmer too? Yeah, sure.
No, I'm not, but I know this much.
Okay, sure.
Let's say you made a branch on GitHub. You basically took a version of a code or something, and you kept improving on it, and everything went away except the branch. Like all the other code was lost except that branch.
Sure.
And in the end, everyone's copied that file. Everyone's shared the program everywhere. How do you not know? How do you know which one was the original? Everyone's using the same preserved one, but there were other variants before.
No, you don't know. I give you that. No, I'm intellectually honest. You wouldn't know, right? And that's what I'm saying. You'd have to really show a historic, what happened, right? And then how? I think you're going to is that this is self-fulfilling prophecy, right? For example, Christians can argue something with Israel or something, right? And I can't. That could be on, right? But the thing is, I don't think that's as strong as this. But that could be. If you were a Christian, you saw that, right? I think that could be somewhat strong.
Christianity aside, I'm talking about just
Islam. Islam. Yeah.
Because you seem to be taking the position that by default, the person bringing the proof would have to prove to you that this is an original Quran, and it's but why aren't you taking the same stance on people have to prove to you that this is not merely one branch of the Quran that made it viral?
Yeah, they'd have to prove that. Let's say even if it did differ, they'd really have to prove, right, that this. They'd have to it's a pretty tough proof, but they'd have to get some Qurans, right? They'd have to prove that it got altered in a way that everybody started memorizing this message. And it would be pretty tough. Even from an academic point, it would be pretty tough to honestly prove this. If they did, I would leave Islam the next day.
So you're hinging all of your belief on the fact that the Quran is preserved.
Not all. That's 70% of my belief is of the evidence I go to, or 30% others. But those are, and I agree. If I don't want to get into 30% because it'll get into a lot of things. But if I do tell 30% to someone on the street, they would just laugh at me. I'm just being honest with you. They wouldn't just laugh at me, but I even think Christians could get some stuff like that's in the 30%. I think the Israel type thing where Israel, the Jews will return, that kind of thing is in the 30%. The other things, but yeah, pretty much, yeah.
So you're adding on little plausible things on top of other
Yes,
plausible
yes,
things,
correct.
and that's what formulates your 80% certainty in Islam.
No. The 80% certainty of Islam, right? 70% is from that Quran that never been changing, everyone in the same version. 30% are from just little things that seem very plausible. And even though I agree, like with the signs, they're vague, and a lot of them are not falsifiable, right? A lot of them, I mean, a lot of things I see are just, it's just, I mean, maybe it's because how I wasn't brought up even in a religious Muslim household, right? They're secular. My parents think I'm somewhat not crazy, but they think because I don't engage in riba. There are a lot of things I don't do, right? That they think is almost like why is my son, right? Like why would I give up all these things, right? I see it almost as a little bit of a test, right? But yeah, I mean there are some 30% things that are signs, and I agree. If I said this on the street to someone, they could not just. There's no way, but they do kind of resonate with me. But the 70% is that preservation of the Quran is pretty big.
So, okay, the last thing I'm going to ask about that,
Okay.
you know about the narrative of Uthman burning
Yes,
a
burning
bunch
the
of
Quran and the eight. Correct, sure.
right, and then so that's the analogy of the branch. Then one branch is left, and that's the one that people memorize. So that's what I'm saying. So your standard of proof for someone to prove to you that the Quran has been altered
Yes.
is incredibly high compared
Yes.
to your standard of proof. You're presuming that it hasn't been altered because it's memorized now, but you're
Yes.
discounting the idea that it could have been memorized after alteration.
Yes. Because also you have to think about this. Like, let's say I know what you're saying, but let's say I let's say I'm wrong on this, right? And let's say, I mean, I'm not wrong on this, but let's say even the evidence doesn't add up, and then I leave Islam, right? And Islam is true, right? Dude, I'll be in hellfire. I'll be in Jahannam. Why would I mean, it's like almost a Pascal's wager. Why would I even wager this, right? I mean, you have to, I'm being honest with you. I mean, you can, and let's say I go to a secular mindset, right? What does the secular society really have? I mean,
The way that you keep repeating secular reminds me of the skeptic Muslim, and I think you're misusing the word. Like secular, you mean to say atheist or
he may use it
irreligious?
differently. I don't follow him. I don't watch his videos
Okay.
very consistently. But the thing is, the things I will say, I mean, I do agree. I was very shocked when I saw him, and he had some things that are similar to me. But it is like there is an emptiness in the. I mean, even people in the West know this, right? I mean, there's a reason I think
I
people here.
disagree with this. There's this
Okay.
narrative. So
Sure.
I keep hearing this, especially from people like the skeptic Muslim, that
Okay.
look, the West is in such moral corruption, and we need traditional values, and there's emptiness. And Jordan
Definitely,
Peterson
yes.
also has that kind of
No,
stuff.
yes, definitely.
But if you look at, I think there's a certain capacity for suffering, right? And
Sure.
if I'm using the West generally,
Sure.
if they're doing better financially, there's still a lot of poor people, and even people
Sure.
who are middle class are living paycheck to paycheck, all that stuff.
Okay.
It's still better than a lot of places where religion is high and standard of living is low, and the suffering that they go through, be it religious or not, is ignored compared to like the West. You're focusing on emptiness and depression, for example. Of course, people are going to be depressed if their lives are more mediocre, more 9 to 5 and so on.
Sure.
But do you attribute the same, like, do you measure all suffering in the Arab world as well, or the
Can I ask you a
Muslim world?
follow-up question?
Yeah.
Why do you think the West is more rich? Do you think it's because secular rules or anything? I mean, do you think
No,
that
no,
is
it
the
has to
reason?
do with a lot of politics and
Do you think
colonialism
maybe
and things like that.
yeah, colonialism, they even though domestically, I'll even be honest, some of their things is somewhat close. I even see it to like Sharia, the way their judicial system, they are fair, they have fairness domestically. But they're Genghis Khan when they treat other people from other places. They don't care about us. Look at how they treated the Ukrainians versus the Syrians. They don't
Wait,
care about.
I'm not getting in a defending the West
Yeah, correct.
kind
Yeah.
of stance. No,
Sure.
that's not what I mean.
Sure.
What I'm saying is it's easy to focus on like the West and like depression, for example, being prevalent in the West because we're not counting the depression that happens in the Muslim world. I'm saying there's a lot of bias in the way that he's looking, or people like the skeptic Muslim look at these statistics and the narrative that look at what happens without traditional values. There's a lot of corruption and stuff. I don't see it that way. It's that the problems are highlighted more when there is no religious noise around it, right? Like when you see the same problems of, for example, abusive men and alcoholic men, alcoholism and men beating their wives in the Muslim world, it's ignored as non-Islamic and it's not counted. You see what I mean?
Sure.
So that's why when it is counted in the West, it looks like a huge problem. but when it is not counted in the East, it's ignored. That's my problem with the whole like West versus non-West narrative. I'm not a supporter of colonialism. I don't think they're doing better financially because of secularism. What I was trying to get at here is, like, to get back to it, your
Sure.
standard for measuring, like, just to revisit this the last time, you're saying it would be very difficult to prove to you that the Quran has been altered.
Yes.
So was it very difficult to prove to you that it has not been altered?
It's very difficult to prove that it's not been altered. I mean, is it difficult? I'm so sorry. I'm repeating the question. My bad.
Sure.
Also, I'm a little bit nervous. I've been a little bit nervous this whole time. That's why it's kind of
No
hard when you're
worries.
live and
No-
people are probably watching you. But is it
Yeah.
difficult to prove that it's not been? I mean, yeah. I mean, isn't it decently difficult to prove that's not been altered? I mean, even you're saying. I mean, there could be plausible with the Git branch and all this, right? But I mean, even like the Sana manuscript and the Birmingham manuscript, whatever, they're decently similar. Very, not even decent. I'm saying like very, very, very similar to what we have now. But even if they
But
did
that's the
differ,
thing, like how
yes.
much similarity is enough to be an alteration? Like, what is the problem with a lot of these loosely defined standards?
Sure.
Or they're loosely defined. Like, what does
Sure.
altered mean? Is it one letter? Because we already have variations of the Quran with letters and tashkil that are different.
Sure.
So how different would that be for you to realize, or for you to accept or say, actually, yes, there is variation? Where do you draw the line? Like, how many words? Or
I mean, it's tough for me to say. Right? I haven't thought of it that much. I mean, I've thought of it, but even like, okay, something that I think there's so many political things that's happened in Islam, right, in the years. But still, even like Shias and so they're talking about the same Quran and everything. I mean, and these people are not. I mean, they'll have so many theological differences, but on the Quran, that it's very hard for me to just like. I can't just throw it away like that. It's not
no,
like
I'm not asking you to throw it away. Yeah.
But also, let me come back to something. One thing. I'm very intellectually honest, right? I think you've probably been able to tell now. I agree with you. For example, if you look at like back in the past, people will say like a jinn did this, or like let's say someone has mental illness in the family. Look, she's being possessed by a jinn, right? And obviously, that could I'm not saying that could not happen, but it's more likely that probably mental illness is the thing, right? So I know what you're saying exactly. For example, the depression statistics, and you can get this from other places versus Western countries, right? I'm just to fall back on that. I never got a response, but yeah, I agree with you.
Well, I'm tempted to ask about the jinn, but I still want to ask you again.
Sure.
So you said it is very difficult to prove that the Quran has been altered, and I get why it is very difficult, because
Yes.
because we're taking the presumption that it hasn't been. If I
Sure.
provide any manuscript, even carbon dated to the time that was, around the time of the Prophet or whatever,
Sure.
one can very easily say, oh, this was a scribe. Someone was just, copying or something, and they made an error. Or how do we know that?
Correct.
Right. So the only way to prove would be if we find even if we find a stack of Qur'ans, right, from
Sure.
back in the time with differences compared to now, you could still say those
Sure.
were like erroneous Qur'ans, right?
No, I would actually agree with you. If you found like a stack of Qurans and in this exact same place they had like an error, and it's a pretty decent error, right? Just like let's not get into the pretty decent semantic, but let's say it was an error and it was very consistent, right? It's not a one-off Quran, right? Like you found a stack and this was it. I would honestly, I don't know if I'll leave Islam right then, but I would be my faith would be very, very, very challenged.
But I feel
will
like
not lie.
your standard for what constitutes proof is basically what you're finding as you're thinking about it. So, okay, because say in reality there was a stack of these Qur'ans and they were burned by Uthman, right?
Okay.
That
Wait,
still
weren't
counts
you
as
saying if we
preserved.
found it?
No, it was burned, right? Like
No,
that's
I
still...
thought you were saying if there was a stack we found that was okay. I thought your analogy was this. Let's say we found a stack in the past, right?
Yeah, well,
let's say 50 Qurans in that same exact place. There were these errors, right? So almost like it was. Then I mean, then I
well,
cannot deny it. I have to be totally honest. Yes.
No, continuing on that like analogy, right?
Sure.
The stack of Qur'ans, say it does exist, or
Sure.
copies of the Qur'an, Masahif,
Okay.
and they were burned by Uthman. The 50 stacks that were supposed to be buried, that we're going to find in the future, but Uthman burned them.
Okay.
Isn't that the same exact thing? Like if that stack did actually exist but was burned,
Sure.
now you don't see it, but it did exist, right?
I mean, sure. I mean, you're saying if there's, I mean, you can say that for anything. Let's say there's God, but there's no evidence for it, but there's still, I mean, you can say that for anything, but yeah, sure.
So why is the default presumption that that stack never existed, not that it was burned?
No, I mean, I told you, for example, let's just say there was a stack that was burned, right, or whatever, correct? And
Mhm.
let's say it was wrong in all those places, right? If I did see that and there's evidence, I would really question my faith, right? But without it, I try to presume that the faith is correct because I'll be honest, I fear hell. I mean, like I told you, I fear Jahannam. That's a big thing. I can't just push the faith away if there is some plausibility to it. I mean, it's a huge thing, right? I mean, I don't want to burn. I mean, I don't want to go to hell. And yeah, no, it doesn't. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry
Correct.
if I'm being pedantic about the stack. I'm
Sure.
I'm trying to understand it as a concept itself. Like I'm trying to at least like explain my point of view with an analogy that
Mhm.
if the proof, like, why would it be different whether the stack was buried or burnt, right? If at the end of the day, if the stack existed and it was burnt, it looks the exact same outcome as today everyone, memorizing the other stack that wasn't burned. Like how do you know for certain? Is it about just plausibility that because there's so many...
You got it. It's plausibility. I know you can say that it's not validating. Like if you're going from like a scientific sense or something, I agree. But there is plausibility, right? If I'm almost making, I know you wouldn't say this almost in nearly any other thing, but I'm making the presumption this is true, and there is some little decent evidence I'm making it on, right? And then if they showed me
you wouldn't
evidence
call it evidence though. You'd call it more plausible, like little plausibilities is what
I
you're
wouldn't say
saying.
little though. I mean, if everyone's saying that reading the same Quran, I mean, it is decently. I'm not saying it's a little. I would say it's decently plausible. But then, if there is evidence, I'm not a closed-minded, right? Evidence that came in, and there was, let's say, a stack of Qurans, and they all had this error in the same place. I mean, I have to be intellectually honest, then, right? I mean, then, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's hard to define what those differences mean for you because,
Sure.
there are Qur'ans with differences now. Like there will be a difference in a word where one means, I can't remember, I can't cite the verse, but
Okay.
in one version it said kill, and the other version it said fight. Would you
Sure.
still say that's close enough that it's not different? Like how much of it would constitute a difference? And is that criteria for the plausibility of a religion to begin with? Like, because you said something that's very, that caught my attention. I can't quote you word for word, but you said something
Okay.
about how, basically, do you think that this method of transmission of a book that people could mistakenly make an error in, or just could burn and then keep one branch of it, do you think
Sure.
that it's the best method of transmission for God to tell us, hey, you might burn, this is what you need to do to not burn?
I can't say. I mean, I know what you're saying. You could say maybe what if God had a USB chip or something. I don't know, right? But the thing is, like, I mean, it's pretty spectacular for some dude who is illiterate in the case, right? I mean, it's not like, okay, when I went to a Christian school when I was younger, right, for a little bit, right? It just seemed like there's no real evidence for this. But even for Islam, I was very skeptical until I found that, and it's too plausible for me just to literally put aside. It's way too plausible for me to just put aside. I mean, that many years ago, someone had this type of method, and either
But
it was
how
a
do you know
genius
that
or
he
yeah.
wrote it? Like, how do you know that he wrote everything in it?
Wait, what do you mean?
How do you know that every word in this book, I'm not
Yes.
speaking about the linguistic miracle, as they would call it, and all that. How
Okay.
do you know that Muhammad actually wrote or transmitted, from God, every word without any
No.
involvement
I have
from
no way.
anyone?
I have no way, right? But I'm saying either it was from what I'm looking at, right? It's possible God or someone was so smart back then they tricked 1.6 billion people in the 21st. I mean, it is that. It's almost a binary, right? It could be that, but I mean, how
I
could
mean,
someone?
there are
Yes,
more Christians. It's just that there's less variation, and I mean, there's more variation in their book. But if there were
far
just
more.
as many
Yes.
Christians,
Okay.
because Islam tells you that
Many
it's
Christians.
the successor to Christianity, right?
Yes, kind of.
If the Bible wasn't corrupted, as you would say, would
Sure.
you still believe in Islam, claiming that it is a successor to Christianity, even though there's 2 billion
You're
Christians?
saying if the Bible's so you're saying the Injil is I mean, we're getting such theoretical, but you're saying the Injil is in perfect shape that it matches even with the Quran. Like Jesus was not. I'm confused. What you're saying.
Say the Bible was not the Bible was not what the Quran says. Like it still says that Jesus is part of the Holy Trinity,
Yeah.
but it was preserved, and there's 2 billion
Yeah.
Christians.
No, I see what you're saying. Okay. No, I would not even. I would think these two are the right religions. I wouldn't know which one to pick.
But which one? Yeah, okay.
It'd be so tough at that point.
Would you believe the religion that says the one past is not true, or would you believe
I
the
don't
one?
know, but that's a good question. I've never thought of that. But if that happened, I would not know which one to believe. It'd be so tough, right? I don't. That's a good question. I don't know. That'd be really tough. If like you're saying the Bible is pure the same exact way, and it was, and you could memorize it, and it was. I know the Quran is far shorter than the Bible, right? But oh my Lord, that'd be very tough. That'd be a very, if that was the thing, right? I wouldn't know which one to pick. I would be so in between on that. Yeah, I couldn't even tell. I couldn't flip the coin. It would be that 50-50. Assuming those are the only two religions. If there were other religions with this type of thing, then those would be in the context. Something else I think we cannot get too much into this because it would be too long, but it would have to be somewhat, and Christianity I don't think is monotheistic, but if that process was there, I couldn't just get Christianity out, right? But even if Hinduism had something similar to this, I just only monotheism really makes sense. Maybe it's how I was brought up, maybe something, but yeah, polytheism just doesn't make sense to me personally speaking. But yeah.
Well, I have so many questions for you, but I have two that I don't want to miss out on.
Sure, go for it.
Something that you just said about monotheism, and also past that, like in the past in this conversation, you mentioned something about how if you told some of these like plausibilities, no matter how likely you think they are, to someone from a different background, they probably won't believe. They'll just stick to whatever they used to believe or nothing.
Yes.
How does that fit in your mind in the narrative of Islam that people who don't believe will be tortured for it?
I don't know. No, I don't know, honestly. It's God. I don't know how he thinks. I mean, you can go in this with like Qadr and a bunch of, I mean, there are a lot of things you can go in this and you just don't know. You can't really, right? Free will and God, I don't know. How would I know, right? I don't know. I can't answer. I don't really know. I mean, I'm trusting just God. I mean, I'm trusting that God will have and he'll be merciful and hope, but I really don't know. I cannot say. I don't know.
I appreciate that you're saying that you don't know.
And a lot of Muslims will not say they don't know. They'll say a lot. I mean, I've seen this firsthand, right? I know most people who are in my background secular, right? A lot of them will have mortgages, do this, that, blah, 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 right? They look at me a little different. I know I'm not like in a typical for like where my background is, it's not typical. It's very unorthodox. Like it doesn't make, from a third person point of view, they wouldn't be. Even I don't watch Ninja Mommy too much, but I believe she's somewhat even in my similar. I haven't watched her, but she said something like her father's was not too. I don't want to speak on, but I don't know, right? So it's possible, but her parents were not religious, and then she became. So I don't. I mean, that's very. It mostly comes the other way, right? Or right? I don't deny that, but the thing is, like, yeah. I mean, I don't know, right? I mean, I kind of, this piece of evidence is too high for me to just like put out. I mean, it's a tough thing.
Well, and I'm not asking you to throw anything out, just inspecting that one thing. You said that Allah knows best, right?
Yes.
But how does it bother you, this idea that the disbeliever goes to hell, even though you just, acknowledge that the condition that got them to that point of disbelief? Does that contradiction or those two things not bother you, that it doesn't make sense? Like, how are you able to throw the burden on the trust in God?
If you asked me when I was, let's say, much younger, right, I would probably agree with you, right? Like, I mean, this makes when I was.
No, I'm not making. I'm asking you right now. Like, how do you make sense of it now?
No, because the current, like I said, my faith's 8 out of 10, right? So I assume God's judgment. No worries. I'll just touch it.
You can go ahead.
Oh no, okay. I assume just God's judgment is perfect, right? I assume there's nothing that could he's competent, right? He can make all the right decisions, right? I mean, I kind of see it as a test. And also, even like in the Quran, it says that the non-believers in this world will have much more in this world, but it won't carry on to the hereafter, right? So maybe God is rewarding them now, but not that. I really don't know, honestly. It's very tough to me to say. These have been questions I've thought about. I mean, also, if there is a God, right? I mean, you have to think about it like this: like the morality you're thinking in, right? I think you're thinking more in probably a morality that's just based in today. I'm being honest with you. What I think you do think probably, most ex-Muslims I've seen think like this. But if God is real, you're thinking in that morality that He said, right? His morality is final. You cannot right? Yes.
That's the thing. When you say that God's morality is final and all that, you're jumping a bunch of steps. Like you're failing to see it from the other point of view. And when you try to, you have acknowledged that someone cannot believe because they were raised that way, and the fact that
I acknowledge it.
Yeah, what you're presenting is not empirical proof that would actually convince someone in that position.
No, it is not. I never said it's not scientific evidence. No, yes, I agree.
No, yeah, it won't convince a lot of people.
Yes,
but at the same time, you're able to stand in your position that Like you're almost able to see it from the other point of view, but you're
No,
still
I've
not.
been in that other point of view. I've been in. Like I told you internally, I wasn't. I mean, I don't even know how to explain how
No,
secular I
the
was.
point
Like
of
I
view
played
of
Call of Duty.
someone.
I did a lot of things that most people in the West do. Right? Exactly. Right.
You
I've
still
even
keep
talked.
confusing like
Sure.
secularism. You keep saying secular with. I'm talking about the mindset of not believing this because it doesn't make sense, or because I say someone grew up with Christianity and they
Sure.
saw how that doesn't make sense, and now they're like, this is not so different. So it's not about this idea of otherworldliness, secularism that you're saying, right? Like the outsideness.
Sure.
Like I want to know, so you believe that those people, do you believe that that person that you described, who, you know, you go up to that stranger, you show them
Yes.
your plausible proof with your plausibilities,
Sure.
and they don't believe, do you think they're at fault for that?
I don't know, but according to the Quran, they will. Allah will make the decision, right? But I believe they will go to help according to the Quran, right? But Allah will make the decision. And if they really did not understand in their heart, really, and they were sincere and genuine, Allah could put them in heaven. I really don't know, right? I mean, it's also tough to say because, like, let's say you look at Abu Talib, Abu Jahl, right? I mean, they had.
Wait, but before we get into the stories, because
No,
I
hear
find
me
it,
out. Don't, because
yeah,
they
sure.
had the prophet in front of them, right? So they obviously could make that decision, right? And they denied it on arrogance, right? I'm not like I'm very intellectually honest enough. I don't believe you're denying this on arrogance or anything. It could be maybe you just don't know or something. I know you know the Quran, but maybe you're just not convinced, right? And maybe Allah will put that in too. Maybe He will. I mean, you know, maybe like okay, you were not convinced. Maybe you're right. Yeah. So I interrupted you.
No, that makes sense.
Yes.
I appreciate you saying
Also,
that.
sorry about that. I feel bad because I interrupted you.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to understand is I hear that a lot, where the general rule is, yeah, in the Quran it says they'll go to hell, but
Yes.
I'm holding on to this hope that Allah is fair, and therefore, but
Yes.
using that logic,
Okay.
no one's going to hell for disbelief because
No. I do. Okay. I do think very. Okay. I'm not going to point any names, right? But if you're going to be so intellectually dishonest that you, some people, I will say, they may not even have. They're probably. I bet some people who probably do have perfect belief, but would choose the secular life. I will not deny. I do think it's a minority, but there are people who would probably.
have you met someone who said that?
Yes.
They said, I believe in Islam, but I'd rather choose the so-called secular life.
They converted to Islam, right? But they were non-Muslim. They said in the beginning they did completely believe it, but it's very tough, right? Because they had a mortgage, they had kids and everything. And
you're talking about someone who's in between transitioning from a regular or secular life to a life where they have to give up a lot of these things.
Yes, and he was very. But then he was thinking, look, should I sacrifice this little life for the big afterlife, or should I not? And the guy chose the right decision. But I
you're
mean,
not talking about. Have you met anyone who believes that Islam is true but wants a mortgage instead?
Who believes
like
Islam?
No,
definitely. So I know.
Sorry, I didn't phrase that right. Who believes Islam is true, but is not gonna be a believer because he'd rather have a mortgage in the secular life.
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah, if I go to, I'm not going to reveal exactly my location, right? But if I go to, let's say, my masjid, right, 80% of the people have either Islamic mortgage or a mortgage, right? Both are genuinely haram. Islamic mortgage is just interest with other phrasing, right? It may get a fatwa or something, but come on, you cannot trick. I don't think you can trick Allah, right? The thing is, for these things, right? I mean, they do know.
Remind me to go back to that. You cannot trick Allah.
Sure.
We'll get back to that.
Sure. Yeah. They do know that this is wrong, but they are doing it, right? And I believe they probably have maybe even more firm faith than me, but they do not have firm faith enough that they inflation and things, they have more trust in, let's say, the federal.
I don't think you understood my question still. Have you met anyone who believes Islam is true, but not only will get a mortgage, but leaves Islam completely? They're like, I'm going to hell because I choose to have a mortgage and drink and other stuff. Have you met anyone who truly believes in Islam?
That's like a stereotype. Obviously not, but that's almost like
a stereotype.
That's like an archetype or whatever, right? That's like literally like the people in the story, right?
Exactly.
No,
you're so close.
Yes.
Exactly.
No, of course not. I've never met this. But the thing is, like, no,
it's an archetype, but that doesn't exist.
You got the thing, but it doesn't exist in today. But if you, I mean, I've seen it where people are Muslim, right? And they will not have a high enough faith that they will choose to believe in like a centralized bank over their iman, right? Like where they'll have, instead of renting their
that's not disbelief, though. I'm asking you that archetype.
I always think that is, to an extent. I cannot say they're disbelievers.
Takfir is a whole other thing. I'm saying like that archetype that you described of a kafir. Have you ever met that archetype?
No.
So how do you believe that the archetype is true?
Okay, I cannot say it like this, but do you know when I was secular going to religious, right? I was kind of that archetype. But then you have to think of.
No,
You
you were
have.
being pulled into like I don't quite believe this religion, but I have to do these things, but I'd rather not do them.
Yeah,
But
I'd
I don't
rather not do
100
them, but I don't know, even if I don't know 100%, but but if I do even believe this much, it is much better to do it and praise God and also what's it called, avoid hellfire than, I mean, do that part, right? But I honestly could see myself in that scenario just because, I mean,
do you see
look,
yourself
if,
honestly? No,
can I
like
tell
do
you
you
one
see
thing?
yourself?
I'm so sorry,
Sure,
but let me
go
tell you one
ahead.
thing. If I was not Muslim, I live in the West, right? You probably can tell by now. But if I was not Muslim, right, the entire people not entire, but the people I interact with at work, a lot of the people I interact with, right? I cannot word this completely, but my worldview and my interactions with them would mix. Like, I don't know how to even explain this. Like, there would be no conflict. I have a lot to. My life would be far easier if I was not Muslim. I'll be honest with you, right? But the thing is,
Right, but do you
yes,
genuinely believe that you would walk into hell because
yes.
the trade-off is you will have easier relations at work and so on?
No, because I believe, but the thing is, I do believe there's some people who probably do believe this. They believe
But
perfectly,
have you ever met any of them?
it's
Ever?
such, no, I understand it's such a minority that it's like, it's like
So
saying, like,
why is
sure,
Allah talking about a minority as if that's the regular case
I
of
don't know.
kuffar?
It's his will. I don't know.
So it doesn't bother you that it's only an archetype that's very minor to the point that you've never met anyone and probably never will, but you still take it to be true because you're afraid of hell if you don't take it to be true.
The way you worded it is a little iffy, but yes, I mean, you did get that in essential, yes.
Because I want to go back to something you said. You
Okay.
cannot fool Allah, right? You
Yes,
said,
you cannot fool
and
them.
you were talking about the Islamic banks or Islamic
No, I think
mortgages
these
and
are
so on.
like complete.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna give. I'm not a scholar. I cannot give a ruling. But if you really look into it, complete interest, yes.
No, I get where you're coming from. I also had similar thoughts about interest and so on, but that was interesting wording. You cannot fool Allah.
No.
Do you think that of like worshiping Allah to avoid hell, isn't that kind of fooling Allah?
No. I don't even understand what you came with. Like I understood a lot of your other arguments. But this one didn't even make sense. I'm just being honest. It did not make sense.
Yeah.
To me. What do you mean?
So
No, I
why
mean, maybe
does
I don't want to worship, but I mean, right? If I realize this is the truth, I'd have to, or even it's very
well, that's the
possible.
thing. Are you worshiping Allah because you know it is the truth or because you want to avoid hell?
No, I don't think it's like, okay. You said, are you worshiping Allah because you know it's the truth or because you want to avoid hell, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you know it's the truth, you would want to avoid hell, right? So you would worship Him,
No,
right?
which one is it for you?
I mean, both. I mean, I'm not going to say I know. Like I said, 8 out of 10. I have strong iman, but I'm not 10, right? I'm not Wahhab or anything, right? But I mean, I would say that I mean, a lot of it is to avoid hell, right? I'm not, and I've been very transparent with that. I mean, I'm very honest with that, right? And I think, like, yeah, I mean, I mean, that's a pretty decent thing. But the thing is, I know if I didn't think he's true, I wouldn't care about the hell. If I don't, it's the binary option you gave me was very strange. I don't know how to explain it. The wording was a little bit strange, but yeah, if you can.
I get what
maybe
you
if you
mean.
reword it.
If you believe that he's true, then you will be afraid of hell, and that will be part of your reason to pray.
Yes, and I do agree. It's very unlikely for me to meet someone who's at, let's say, 8 or 9 or even 10 on that list, right? Out of 10 I'm on, right? And they would do something, but I do think they probably do exist, but I think it's a very small minority. I think it's a very, 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 very small minority who would even admit it. Like I've never seen anyone who's admitted it. It's yeah, I know what you're saying. I've seen it in the Quran stories, like these archetypes, like Abu Jahl, Abu Talib. Yeah, I know. I've never seen it in my person where someone said, "I know God exists. I'm not going to believe." Yeah, I agree with you. I've never seen it like that.
So you're hinging your
who's not converted, who's not in the thing of converting,
yeah.
Who's never yeah, correct.
So here's the thing:
Sure.
you're saying the archetype
Yes.
might be true for a minority who is denying it, right? Like
Also,
it's such a small
super
minority.
random. That word you got was exact, actually. Archetype, very. You have good vocabulary. Just
thank you.
Go for it. Yeah.
That archetype.
Sure.
I don't know if I can even take credit for that word because I think you might have said the word archetype.
I think I may have said that, but you realized you correlated. It was good. It was good.
I'll take partial credit. Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah. So that archetype.
Sure.
If it doesn't exist, obviously that means that Islam is false, right? If that archetype does not exist, I'm not saying it doesn't, but if it is somehow there's a way to prove that archetype
Assuming
does not
Islam
exist.
is true, right? It has existed, right? I mean, assuming that Abu Talib and Abu Jahl they were archetypes for sure, right? I mean, that's a weird way to say because the word doesn't go with that, right? But yeah, I mean, after the Prophet, I mean, I think it's insanely rare, and I think it would be even like a little zero, almost a 0% possibility that even if it is true, someone would admit it like that. I don't. I mean, it's like a nothing burger.
So if that archetype is almost non-existent or very, very small minority who
Sure.
who lie about it, so does that mean that the majority of humanity are going to heaven or not going to hell?
I don't know. I cannot answer, but I will say one thing, and you may disagree with me on this, right? Even though I agree the majority of humanity cannot just be convinced of Islam like that, right? I do think they could have an inclination towards God. I do think this for sure. I don't think like I'm not saying atheism is. I mean, maybe it's a rational-ish position, but I think most people have a very big intuition towards God. I don't think it's just like a nothing thing. I think it's pretty inbuilt in us, to be honest with you. Very inbuilt, actually. Very inbuilt. Like I have a huge. Even when I was, I don't know what has an atheist because I thought of things always from like a scientific point of view, right? And things, right? But the more I got, there's an inclination. It's almost like having children or something. A little bit like people have some. There's some natural inclination there. I do not know what it is, but there. I mean, I don't know, right? I mean, and today I don't have children. I don't want to have children. But maybe that'll change. Who knows?
You know what? Speaking of that inclination,
Yes.
you said something that you might think is a natural inclination, which is monotheism, right? You mentioned that Christianity.
That's not for everybody. That's only for me because the thing is that's how I was. No. I said. I said that was the no. I think I know what you're gonna say. No. If a guy was born in, let's say, a Hindu in, let's say, South, no, I don't think he will just naturally. I think he could naturally come to a creator. I don't think naturally he could just come to. I think he could generally be a no. I never. Yeah, no. That's just for me. That's not. I know what you're. I think I know what you're trying to come to. No.
I was going to ask you something about monotheism.
Okay.
It seems to not make sense to you. Polytheism to some extent.
It doesn't make sense at all. No.
Okay, and I'm going to challenge that idea with another concept. Say
Sure.
there's a religion where there is one main god, and there are a bunch of demigods. They're not the powerful god, but they are gods in their own domains, right? Like one is the god of I don't know, rain. One is the god of life. One is the god of death. That stuff. Is that plausible to you?
Not really, but also if you go into Hinduism and there's a lot of sects, like let's say Shivism, you can get into some things that are similar to what you're talking about, actually. But
so why is that not plausible to you? That hierarchy that I described.
It just, I mean, there's one. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, maybe it's how I was brought up. Maybe it's how I was even. Actually, I'll give you this. I was brought up. My parents do believe in God, right? Even though they're not practicing it in any really single format, they do believe in God, right? So maybe I really don't know, but I think naturally, I'm not gonna say because I have friends, right, who are Hindus, right? And I don't think they just genuinely. I notice a lot of people who genuinely just inclined towards God. Even some atheists I've talked to have admitted that humans may have intuition towards God, but then they'll say something like, "But the intuition does not exactly mean that it's true." And they'll even bring up examples like, you know, plankton, like that little thing in the sea, like you know, SpongeBob, yeah. So plankton or whatever, like let's say there's a lot of food around him, he'll stay hungry, right? But if there's no food around him, he'll eat and be full. It's like a thing in like science, right? So it breaks our intuition completely. And also other things like in computer science, you can go into logarithms, right? And this breaks our intuition a lot of long story. But there's things that do break our intuition. But I honestly think most things go towards our inclination, then go against. I know, like something from nothing. Yeah,
I want to go back to that point.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, I want to go back to that point. So you said that my definition, my version of this polytheism, right? Main god and then gods in different demigods in different domains, like the demigod of rain and the demigod of death and so on. You said that doesn't make any sense at all.
No. My neighbor actually believes something very similar to this.
Can you just tell me, like in words, why it doesn't make any sense at all?
I mean, okay, first, why I would just eliminate it. There's nothing with an ideology like that they even has this like Quran preservation. But forget that. Let's just forget that, right?
Just that in isolation. That
I see what you're saying. That I think an idea. It doesn't make sense because like, I mean, why would God, if there's the Almighty God, right? Why would he even want other people like attributing anything? It doesn't make sense. It's almost like this begotten son thing in Christianity where like Jesus comes in divinity. It doesn't make any sense.
Without likening it to that, why couldn't it be that these gods have different domains to do different things? Like, you know, like I said, rain and death and so on.
And you
and
agree
God
there's
is still
one,
in charge.
and there's one main God, you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Then I mean, it's just a definition issue. It's like almost like saying these are angels or something. It's not. I mean, you could maybe play with the words or something, but it's not
That's
really
what I was
like.
trying to get at.
Sure,
That's what I
sure,
was
okay.
trying to get at.
Sure, sure,
There's the angel of rain, there's the angel of death, there's all
sure.
of these angels. Isn't like if there's a religion that just calls them demigods or gods,
Sure. Yeah, you're playing with words. You can do it. Like for example, I don't want to bash Shias at all. I don't have anything against. I don't believe we should hurt them anything like this. But and I don't think we should even say they're not, this is not true. I don't think we should say they're not Muslim or anything. But a lot of their beliefs, like they'll give like a lot of attributes to Ali, right? And they're saying like this is like if I call my chair a bed, it's a chair, right? At the end of the day, right? I mean, you can like let's say they say Ali
no, but
knows the
that's
future.
you touch
Sure.
on a good point. So
Also, can I ask you, were you when you were Muslim, were you from a Sunni or Shia background?
Sunni,
Okay, I know, sure.
yeah. To
I didn't want to offend you if you, yeah.
no, that's okay. I don't care, even if I was from a Shia background. To clarify, so whether you call the angel of rain the angel of rain, or a demigod of rain, or a god of rain, isn't that similar to polytheism? You said it makes absolutely no sense
But
before realizing that it was
no.
Islam.
I'll give you this. Even where how I can kind of nullify Judaism and polytheism, the one that I know of, right? The God can literally can like argue with that main God and almost like convince him and beat him in arguments and stuff like this. And even in Judaism, in the Torah, they have talked about how the rabbis.
Doesn't Shaitan argue with God?
Yes, but he never wins, right? I mean, Shaitan doesn't beat God, right? God is almighty. Even if he does, God knows why, right? I mean, God cannot lose to just mere mortals like this, right? But even in Judaism, like rabbis can argue with, like, from what I don't, I'm not an expert. I'm not even close to an expert on Judaism, so do not even like. Maybe I'm completely wrong. From what I've heard, right? The rabbis can argue with God. There's even New York Times articles about arguing with God, and they can win sometimes, right? Like in the Torah, it says they argued with God
No,
and they
we're
won.
we're going on tangents here. I'm
Yes.
talking
So
about
if
like
you can argue with God and win, or you can do something to God and
no,
win,
if it's
it doesn't make sense.
What about a religion, like I said, polytheism, but these gods are, responsible for different domains, but they all coexist.
Sure, then it's just an angel or something like this, really, the role they have, or just like, let's say, a specialist, right? And God commands them to, then sure, I'm fine with that. But the thing is, there's no religion really like this, right? But if there was, sure, I mean, I'd be fine. You could even argue to an extent Islam, not like this, but you could argue the angels are like this or something, right? You could argue stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
sure.
The idea, that's the thing. You're wrapping your head around the idea of
I think
monotheism.
you're going more on definitions, though, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, because when you say monotheism makes the most sense, because in your mind you're thinking there has to be one figurehead and they can't fight and there has to be one in power.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the reason I wouldn't say they're gods or anything is because then it could easily be taken that you're giving an attribution to God, right? Like you're trying to share a partner with it, even if in a functional sense it doesn't work that way, right? That's why I don't think God called these things little like demigods or something. Yeah, sure.
You're starting from the point of view that shirk is haram, therefore you can't call them God. No, take yourself out of the whole equation, right? The reason why you're basically saying the reason why.
Can I say one thing? I'm so sorry.
Wait, I just have to finish this thought.
Go for it. I'm so sorry. Yes.
You're saying the reason why polytheism doesn't make sense is because shirk is haram. That's basically what it's getting to.
Yeah. Okay. This cannot be one in one. And there are a lot of things that don't make sense if I made this. You have, I mean, your parents are alive and everything, right? Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. If you let's say your dad, let's say there was an uncle. Okay, let's say your father raised you and everything, right? And I think you know where I'm coming with this, right? And you denied him and you shared someone else. I mean, that would really offend him, right? And that wouldn't, even from like a secular.
I think it's a very bad analogy.
It's a bad analogy because I know God is not in front of you and your parents are in front of you, right?
So why would you use a bad analogy?
I'm sorry. Okay, no, it's because it's decently. It has a decent attribute because even from a logical point of view, you wouldn't want to like attribute something.
No, I'll tell you why that's bad from a logical point. So to finish that analogy, it's like if your father raised you and your uncle is taking credit, isn't that bad? Like you should be giving credit to your father, all that.
Correct.
Aside from the fact that you can see those two people, right? That's the difference in analogy.
Yes,
that's not the only difference though. Your father is a human who has feelings that will be hurt if you don't give him enough credit. God is not going to be hurt whether you give him credit or not.
No, he won't, yes.
But God is demanding this credit or else he's going to torture you. It's like your dad saying, thank me for raising you or else I'm going to beat you with this belt. I'm going to beat you to hell.
You said it's strange, but okay. No, but I mean,
it's analogous.
You would want the creation to feel some, I cannot talk for God, right? But I see like the logic behind. I even see how, like, if I was
But that
making
logic is human, though. You're projecting human logic on God.
yes,
We
but
would
even
want
God,
credit.
even my human logic agrees with God, and God's logic, what I'm from how I've come to it, agrees with this. That's why I do agree with that. Even like you would want
So,
credit if you right.
but that's human logic, right? Like
Sure.
humans want credit. Why are we assuming that a perfect God would have the same dynamic as a father-son?
We don't like. Okay, no. Exactly. You actually said something very good. For example, you were saying like a lot of things I don't know. I'm saying I don't know because I'm using it from a human point of view, right? But I have trust God's logic is much better than my logic, right? So you're saying, what if all these people go to hell or something? I don't know.
But
Maybe God has some
how
logic that's way different than my logic. Even if
but
we
you're
disagree that, I go with God's
placing
logic.
you're
Yes.
placing a lot of trust on God's logic,
Yes.
but
100%.
you say you're 80% sure that this is actually God saying
Okay,
this.
let me give you a really easy example, right? Remember you're talking about riba, right? Statistically, I'm more likely to be pretty much in poverty for my not poverty, but not rich for my life and very owning almost nothing, right? Based on how I live my life, and I don't own, right? I mean, right, correct. But the thing is, like, I do trust that God will have something, even if it's not in this life. I have trust it'll be in the other life or something. There is something that'll come with this. I have decent amount of
You're
faith in it.
telling me
Yes.
that you have hope in something that you don't see, but you're not explaining to me the basis of it. You're
The
saying
the Quran
it'll
not changing. That's why I cannot rule it out.
yeah.
That's why I
So
go with it.
what
Yes.
I'm saying, based on you're 80% certain that all of
Yes.
this is from God, and based on that, you're 100% certain that God's logic makes sense more than yours.
Yes.
So what about that 20%? Is there a 20% chance you might be wrong about all of this?
Definitely. If I'm wrong, I'll be non-Muslim the next year. Yes. And I don't want to say some there you probably know I don't know how in depth you've gone, but there are some think about I don't even want to really bring up the topic, to be honest. You will get into a rat. Do you know about Alexander the Great and the promise, Alexander's promise, and do you know about these things or I'm
His
talking about?
promise for what?
Never mind. Do you know like Yajuj Majuj, like do you know about
Yeah.
this? And you know about it can get into a huge rabbit hole. Do you know what I'm talking about? Maybe hopefully.
Yajuj and Majuj existing
There was
somewhere?
there was like Alexander I mean this is probably not I mean I know I there was like let's say Prophet Muhammad died in 632, right? There was like a 630 document. I mean this can you can read a book about it. It'd be hard for me to even explain in an
Well,
hour.
let me ask you this.
Sure.
The faith of someone in some other part of the world who doesn't have internet, or just like 100 years ago before
Sure.
the internet, how could someone verify
Sure.
a document from 630 AD or
Sure.
whatever?
Yes.
Like, do you think that's like, is there a basis for faith that everyone can tap into,
But
or
I
is
mean
it more like on a personal basis, whatever you can find?
I think it's whatever. I mean, I think God will judge you based on what you've presented. I'm using my human logic, but for example, like the Aboriginals, you could really make a good argument. How would they ever become Muslim, right? But from what I've even read on them, they have some like monotheistic type like thing they even have gone to, and God said He sent messengers to spread the message in every land, right? So it's very hard for me to even. I mean, they came independently to some monotheistic thing, right? And they have not. So, I mean, it's really hard for me to say. I know that it's not Islam or anything, but even a decent amount minority. I think it was around 3 to 4% have converted to Islam, even though most have gone to Christianity and some have stuck to that religion. Original one, yeah.
I'm trying to understand the fact that okay, you're basing all of this on 80% certainty.
Yes.
Most of it comes from the Quran being
70%.
preserved.
Yes.
The Quran being preserved. Are you saying that there's like, if there's like thousands of things that are slightly implausible, weird, nonsensical, illogical,
Sure.
you would still all like dismiss them because you trust Allah's logic more?
Yes. But
So,
if somehow that, like you said, the stack of books and you can find something like this, I would not leave the next day, but I would have very serious, like I'm saying I'll go from like 8 to a 4, 2 or 3 or something, and then I'd have to really I'd have like a midlife crisis. That'd be a big crisis or something. I'd really have to I'm not even a crisis, it would be then I would be I'd be confused, man. I wouldn't know the hell. I'd probably then I'd probably have a shawarma and just think about things, maybe I don't know what the hell I'd do at that point. Dude,
that's always a good idea. Have a shawarma and think about
just
things
think
anyway
about things,
before they find the stack. So, but what I'm trying to get at is you've got this 80% certainty because of the preservation of the Quran.
Sure.
But if you throw at it 1,000 implausibilities, 1,000 illogical things, 1,000 contradictions,
Sure.
they don't stack anywhere near to the 80% from this one thing. the Quran being
70%. That's 70%.
70% from the
80, 70,
Quran.
yes, yeah. They don't stack near that. I mean, I'm just going with it's God's judgment then, right? I mean, and then I think of it almost even like it comes to me almost like it's a test at that point, right?
So
yeah,
are
if
you,
that's yeah.
in that case, are you trusting God's judgment, or are you trusting the 70% of your faith based on implausibility and plausibility because people memorize the book?
You can say it like that, but the thing is, the memorizing the book, I don't think is as obvious
Or
as you're making
the
it out
preservation
to be.
and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
preservation,
Like,
sure.
which again can be debated a lot, but it's not the point
Sure.
here. So you're saying any illogical things, anything that doesn't make sense to your human brain,
Yes.
anything at all in Islam
Yes.
doesn't stand a chance compared to that the Quran has been preserved.
I mean, not set in stone. It'd be hard for me to say, but I think yes. I mean, pretty much, right? I mean, they're like, for example, if you even like, I'll be on. Okay, let's just Yajuj and Majuj, right? Say this.
Yeah.
Don't give any context and say this to like a secular person who's not Christian, right? They would think you're like you've lost it. I mean, I'm just being honest, right? So I mean,
But then they're gonna go to hell because they didn't believe in this story.
On that one, I mean, that's not the that's not even a story how someone would come to Islam, right? A lot of people would mostly learn other things to come to Islam, right? They wouldn't.
And
I mean,
if
wouldn't
they
start
come
with,
to the
yes.
story and they'd be like, actually, you know what? Like, this
Sure.
barely made sense. This was kind of plausible, but this is
Sure.
ridiculous. I'm not gonna I don't believe this.
Then you're right. You're based on the Quran. I don't know about Allah. He may put them in heaven. He may not. Right? I don't know. Right? For example, I believe there's even a hadith that says Abu Talib would go to the highest place like in hell or something, and his brains would be right, but random. But the thing is, for Abu Talib, like you said, it's archetype. It's like he was there, right? He's not problem. He made that decision, right? So it kind of makes some. It's like the father thing, right? And it does actually apply there, right? But the thing is, for like you or let's say I don't know who else, like apostate. I don't put you in the same group. I actually like you. I would never talk to apostate prophet like this. I would talk to you because I think I've mentioned before. But the thing is, I don't know. I mean, because you got I'm not like I'm pretty convinced you don't believe in it, right? I believe you do not believe if that makes any sense, right? And some Muslims may not even believe you don't believe in it. Some Muslims may think you're just secret. I don't know, dude. But the thing is, like, I have a trust in God's plan. Maybe he can be merciful, right? And maybe you and I will be in heaven eating gyro, and it'll be like I don't know, man. Or maybe we'll be in. Maybe I'll go to hell. Maybe you'll go to. Who knows, man? I don't know.
I don't think there's a hell, or at least I don't have a reason to believe it is.
Do you fear it at all, or no? I'm just being honest. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. I'll tell you, I used to fear it when I was in my days of being so uncertain about things.
Sure.
So to the point that when I was younger, I would have I was a good kid. Like I was memorizing Quran, I was doing as much as I could. Like I wasn't some kind of troublemaker who was scared that he's gonna get punished for it. I was just doing the usual stuff, and I had dreams at a certain point about God is giving you a last chance. Like you know how they say if you see the prophet in the dream, then it's actually the prophet.
Yes.
I saw the prophet.
Okay.
I saw God, but God wasn't it wasn't a figure. It was just more like a cloud kind of God.
Okay.
Which, according to Islamic narrative, if I saw the prophet, then it was really the prophet. But
Sure.
basically, what God told me on the day of judgment in my dream was,
Sure.
you should be dead right now, but you get another chance.
Okay.
This is your sign. And then I had other dreams about hell, and I was scared of hell.
Sure.
Not because I was guilty of anything. It was just, how could you believe in this horrificness and not be scared of it? But
Sure.
with time, I realized, like I've said the story before, one time it happened to me when I wasn't particularly stressed about anything, but I had just taken a medication that would make my dreams more vivid. Like that was a side effect of it.
Oh,
And
okay.
suddenly I had a vivid dream about hell.
Sure.
I realized it was all biological. And what helped me not fear hell anymore is realizing the concept itself doesn't make sense. That based on someone not believing,
Human logic, sure.
Yeah, based on so-called human limited brains that are very
Yes.
flawed, and a flawed method of transmission, and a bad argumentative way to prove God's existence, specific God's existence, that God would be so vindictive to put someone in hell forever for that.
I would disagree with you on the flawed method transmission. I mean, being honest, 1400 years ago, this was the method where they memorized, and I don't think it's as flawed as you're
Well,
thinking.
between then and now,
Sure.
Especially someone who doesn't speak Arabic or is not from a Muslim background,
Sure.
how convincing is it to tell them, here's a book, it's special, and it's been around for a long time? That is not a criteria. And I was trying so desperately to find
You
how
said,
do you...
I'm so sorry to cut you. You did say one thing, and this put a little that I'll be honest with you. Do you know like how a lot of Muslims will say if you just read the Quran you'll be able to like complete, right? Okay, I don't want to get you like doxed or anything, but can you tell me what original country you're from if this is not too much information?
I can't, but I can tell you
Sure.
I grew up in the Middle East and I grew up memorizing the Quran.
Okay.
I didn't
Sure.
study it
Do you know who Coptics are?
academically.
Copts?
Yeah,
Coptic
the
Christians?
Christians, yeah.
When I saw their book and I heard it, I almost confused it for the Quran. I could not even believe it. Like they have like this like Arabic, and it was like I thought they were reading the Quran or something. You know, it was like their Bible or whatever in like something. That was the only thing that really honestly gave me a decent doubt. I was like, wait, what? What am I listening to, right? And it doesn't have the same like rhythm, but it has very similar like I'm thinking if you got like 10 Muslims, I don't think unless I think 8 of them would be fooled by this. Like it was very like so that is something that
You know that there
yeah.
was a sheikh who did this challenge. I think his name is Sheikh Al-Arifi.
Okay.
He's a Saudi sheikh. He did the challenge, and the video somewhere on YouTube where he got a French guy. I think he was a guy between 18 and 20 something,
Sure.
on a stage in front of like a talk he was giving, and he gave him 2 verses. One was real and one was fake, and asked him to guess which one sounded real. And the guy doesn't speak Arabic.
Sure.
He chose the wrong one twice, and yeah, it does pull
No,
on your
it's tough.
heartstrings
It
in a
is
certain
tough.
way.
It is tough. I mean, that actually was one of my biggest doubtings. And maybe I don't know. Maybe one day, I mean, the stack of books will be found. Maybe so. Even I mean, the stack of books is an analogy. It doesn't have to be that. It could be something else. There has to be some evidence, right? Maybe one day in the future we'll find out. Maybe I was wrong. And if I was wrong, I'll admit it, right? I'll be honest. I was wrong. Hey,
You know,
I'll put my
the
hand.
reason
Yeah.
why I clung to that stack of books is I'm trying to communicate that the way that you're applying the standard of evidence is
Sure.
not equal both ways. Like you've taken
Also, I'm
the
sorry for being repetitive. I have
Mhm.
a very minor OCD, right? So that is the reason I
That's
don't know
okay.
how I go very onto like even in programming, I'm very like specific on things, right? My I was gonna say secular job. I don't know my secular job, right? So I'm very particular on things, right? So that's something that's super particular. Like I think about. Also, I don't think you even realize how much I think about this. It's not like it's not like something like it's like nothing. It's like I'm literally like, well, I can have nothing to do, and this will be in my back of my mind. I'm not saying it's not like I'm crazy or like where I'm just like right, but I mean
Hey,
it's more.
even
Yeah,
look, OCD or
sure,
not, it's
sure,
not crazy to be obsessive about this.
sure. Okay.
It's really not. Like if it's such a horrific and not just horrific, it's such an important concept, right?
True.
Like you should spend most of your waking years either
Yes.
working towards heaven and avoiding hell or
Yes.
figuring out if this makes sense. So you're totally valid to sometimes be obsessive about this.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, yeah, but yeah, if I'm going on one point, that is the reason I want to say like the stack of. It
That's
doesn't
okay.
have to be. It can be anything. It could be maybe there was. I mean, there are a lot of ways this could right, but I mean that was a stack of book would be a pretty good way. Like, and they were all wrong on the same. Like right, it's not just a one-off, right?
But I want you to keep your eye out on how you're applying that standard of evidence. Like I said, you're
Okay.
not you're not making it that difficult to prove, so to speak, that the Quran is the final variant and it is the one true variant. But you're going
No,
to
it's not
extra
scientific.
lengths
Yes.
to yeah, like
Yes, I know what you're saying. Yes, and that is true. I mean, but I mean, you have to think of what's at stake, right? It's not like this isn't like like I bought an ice cream and it got melted. I mean, this is right. I mean, this is bigger. For example, let's say I was right, correct? Let's just say so, right? And let's say I don't own any property, I don't do anything, I just work on the right. I mean, if I was right, then I mean, I mean, there's no guarantee I'll go to heaven or maybe I'll go to hell. I don't know, right? I cannot say, right? But if it gives me a higher chance or anything, right? I mean, it is logical, at least from that point of view, to go at it, right? And I know what you're saying. Even I've talked to other Muslims. I don't want to laugh, but they don't even think even to like a degree like I'm thinking here. They think in like other. I don't even know how to explain. They think like you can honestly take like a Christian argument and put it. They have not even gone to this type of like thought, right? But I've gone pretty far into this, and it's not like a sunken cost fallacy. Like something I'm actually really good at is like if I've done something halfway wrong, I've done this a lot, even like in like work and stuff. I can just completely scrap it and go again, even if I put like 20 hours in completely wrong, or even like a month in completely wrong. I can make the right decision. I think that's a good way to go, right? I mean, you don't want to go on the wrong things, but I mean, this is a tough one, right? I mean, this is eternity, and this is also like I really have to be pretty certain to. Not like it's plausible, sir. I'm saying like to a very, very certain degree that I'm wrong, right?
I see where you're coming from. And I'm gonna ask you this one final question from
Sure.
my end.
Okay.
take hell out of the equation if Islam didn't have a hell and it was just about the reward. Okay.
Sure.
And so it's everything's pretty much the same, but if you don't believe that's it, you just die and that's the end of it. Or you just continue living forever in a non-heavenly way versus heaven. Would you give up your so-called secular life? Would you adhere very strictly to Islam
No.
based on the plausibility?
No way. No way. I'll be honest with. Do you have a little bit of time? Is that fine? If I can bring this up.
Yeah, sure.
I'm so sorry. Okay. This is where I think atheists go completely dogmatic. If there's no like objective morality, people will do. I know it sounds like nonsense, but I know you can even get secular countries will do a fine thing, but that's because they have objective morality in that secular society. If you have nothing like objective or no like incentive or nothing, I don't think things like socialism. I used to be in that very. I'm not apolitical anymore. I just go with Islam, but I used to be very left wing and think like this. But no, I don't think so. I think you need incentives to do things, right? I don't think people just
Wait,
naturally.
you said
Sure.
objective. You said
Yep.
secularism and objective morality. And earlier you hinted on how, I'm guessing, and
Sure.
correct me if I'm wrong,
Go for it.
you think that so-called secular societies infer a lot of their morals from an actual previous objective source like religion.
Yes.
That's what you think.
Yes, but no. So what the way they do it is they go logically, right? So let's say, well, honestly, then you can get into. We're not even at that point yet, right? But we could go into such deep into this. You can go into like, what did they go into like some philosophy from the 18th century that's like, let's minimize pain and let's maximize pleasure. But even if you're doing this, what if we put everyone like some Matrix, like Oculus Rift, and they just have all the pleasure possible and no pain, right? I mean, you can make this, and then I bet a lot of people would object to this, but really on their whatever objective they're going on, that's how what you would do, right? That's their entire objective is not a religious one, but it goes really on minimizing pain and maximizing pleasure. And in today's society, this even makes some sense from their thing because there is a lot of pain, right? I mean, the people are homeless, this, that, right? But if you really, let's say 2,000 years from now, let's say, right? Well, let's say pain is gone, right? You can really make some argument where, like, is there, like, if you push it to the, do you know what load test? I'm not sure if you work. Do you know what load testing is or no?
Wait, I gotta stop you for a second. What
Yeah.
you said about like people, you can minimize their pain, maximize their pleasure by
Yes.
just, I guess, like kind of putting them in a chemical
Yes.
coma or something.
Yes.
Isn't heaven similar to that?
Yes, but no, yes, I agree with you on that. But the thing is, there's a test to get that, right? And I think everyone would want to be in that, right? So if someone could literally, like, let's say Mark Zuckerberg tomorrow, right, made something like that, like a suicide pod, but it has an Oculus Rift, right? Everybody would almost think that's crazy. But honestly, based on that ideology they do base their life on, you would go with that. That'd be the logical. Like if you did a load test and you went full capacity, it would go towards that. Load test is something in software, but it's just
Well,
testing something over stress. Yeah.
So you're saying it's a good outcome. It's just that they don't deserve to get there. They have to be tested first.
I don't know if it's a good outcome. I think a lot of people would object to it. Even atheists.
I mean, that's what kind of heaven
Would you
is,
object to
right?
that? Would you agree? Like, if we can make an Oculus Rift where everybody could just have perfect pleasure, would you agree that we should? I don't know if you actually are morals is on the secular the way that, but if your morals are on that, would you agree with this? I would, even if I was not religious. I don't know if I would genuinely agree with this.
For several reasons, no.
Okay.
And wait, but before I tell you why not,
Sure.
like I want to again remind you of the analogy of heaven. You
Okay.
don't feel pain in heaven.
You
There's a
don't?
lot of things that you can't do in heaven that have to do with harming anyone else and so on.
Okay.
So like women, for example, are not going to feel jealousy. There's a lot of aspects of our personalities that are taken out.
Yeah, it'll be pleasure.
That seems, and that seems like just bliss and pleasure. That's kind
Grapes,
of like
bananas,
a chemically,
yeah, correct. Yes.
that's kind of like a chemically
Oh,
induced.
you said correct. You said it exactly. Yes, you said it right. Yes.
So isn't that like, what's the difference between someone choosing to do that, like paying and getting some kind of pod, so, like as you called it, suicide pod,
Sure,
and someone going to heaven, aside from whether they earned it or not?
There wouldn't really be to an extent. I see what you're saying there, right? But for that second thing, it doesn't. Okay, do you know like how I know this is gonna shift a little bit, and I'm not gonna shift too much, but do you know like how you can like, let's say you're using like secular morality, you can like justify incest or something, right? But doesn't that just like naturally just not sound right to you? Like when someone's like they asked Richard Dawkins, what if like two sisters want to have lesbian sex or something, right? And honestly, that just doesn't. It's not right. It's just almost like a gut feeling. You just know it's not right, correct?
Well,
I'm pretty confident 90%. But the thing is, like, if you're going on like these kind of weird like 18th century values, you could come to that that's correct. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's the thing.
Yes.
So if you're given a lot of explanations as to why that is wrong,
Sure.
right? There is no such thing as like secular morality per se, but non-religious reasons is what you mean to say. If you're given explanation as to why that is wrong,
Sure.
would that still, like, you'd still feel the same way because you could find a certain explanation that says, no, this is not wrong. Right? Like,
repeat
it's,
what you're. Wait, one sec.
yeah, let me rephrase. Like, there are explanations from a non-religious point of view that would tell you why incest is wrong. But in your
Sure.
mind, you're still clinging on to an explanation from a non-religious point of view that says, actually,
Without
no, it's
having
not.
children, can you give me a reason why incest is wrong? Without having, if the two lesbians, if they cannot have children, they cannot have
It's-
defect children. Why
it's
would it be wrong?
psychologically damaging to the individuals. Like, that's the thing. You're right that there is a repulsion that we feel, and that doesn't mean that therefore God said don't do it. No, that just means that that's a biological instinct, and we're listening to it, and we know that
Sure.
there's psychological harm. And by the way,
Sure.
speaking of incest, like, how do you feel about God allowing cousin marriage, which is biologically harmful? How
Sure.
does that fall into this?
I don't want to. Okay, I don't. I will. Okay, I have very, not personally, but I have very close experience with that. Right. So, in all
Most of us
honesty,
do. A
yeah.
lot of
Okay.
us do.
Sure.
Yeah.
It doesn't disturb me, to be honest with you.
But do you know that
Even
scientifically,
if I was to, I know, even scientifically, but it's very unlikely. But it is, and actually something has happened in our. But it does not, like, even if I was secular, even Einstein, didn't he marry his cousin? You know, yeah, he was having some fun.
we
So
don't
yeah,
have to look at examples of
correct.
people
Yeah.
who have done it, but you know that biologically it's not good. That's a fact. Like, there is a chance, a
Yes.
non-zero chance that it's
Yes.
not good. So
Correct.
why would, like, how come when it comes to, I'm giving you reasons, non-religious
No, I
reasons
can answer
why,
this easily. I know what you're saying. I mean, you could also argue, let's say, in like I hate to say, but you know, a secular society, right? Having children you cannot afford statistically is not good, right? You will not be able, but that's God's standard. His standard is something I cannot interpret. He knows better than me.
it seems like a lot of things that don't make sense
Yes.
just fall back on, it doesn't make sense, therefore God knows why it makes sense.
Yes, you are right. I'm totally honest, and yes, but I do have like a decent evidence thing that's not completely, like, you can't just throw that away, that I do base it on, right?
You
If
can't
that
call it evidence, though. You cannot call it evidence. You're saying plausibility things, right? Like plausibility, but it's not evidence.
You could say a lot of evidence is plausible. For example, like, do you know, if you look at the theory of evolution, right? I don't want to go into whether this is true or not, but you can, where evolutionists go really pretty deep, they claim that the endogenous retrovirus is almost the real piece of evidence that you cannot deny it from. But if you looked at things like vestigial trait speciation, you looked at other things like this, I'm not sure how much you have knowledge in evolution, but these are just really, honestly, you could still have like a creation type view and believe these things would not, they're just plausibilities, right? But for evolution, I do admit they have like 2,000 plausibilities, and when you have all these plausibilities pointing in one direction, yeah, obviously I don't want to say, I never give the comment if I think evolution is right or not, but I mean, but I do have one of those, like, those kind of plausibilities that's pointing in there, and it is falsifiable. My claim is falsifiable. It's not something that can only be true, and it cannot be right. This is falsifiable, what I'm saying.
Well, it's mostly unfalsifiable because you can't prove it one way or another. But
Sure.
What I'm seeing is,
Sure.
Any contradiction that you come across, or any illogical thing, or anything that doesn't make sense, you throw it against the 70% certainty because of the Quran.
Correct.
And that always wins, plus the fear of hell.
The fear of hell is not really into that 70 or 30%.
But you said that's like, without hell being in the picture,
yes,
you wouldn't believe this stuff based on plausibility.
Not really. I wouldn't. You said, I mean, if it was, I may believe it, but why would I implement it? Like, I mean, there's no.
Okay, the question is, would you, if hell is out of the picture, would you genuinely believe this stuff to the 8 out of 10 or 7 out of 10?
No, I'd be a 4 or 5.
So hell is a factor in that figure.
Yes, but not in the. Hell is a factor that I should really consider it very big, right? If not, then it doesn't. It's almost like, do you know, like, animation? Like, you don't. Okay, that'll be a horrible analogy. I'm thinking, because you once said the dad and the mother analogy wasn't that good. I'm trying not to bring bad analogies anymore. But, like, I mean, there are things you just don't care about, then, right? I mean, there's no content. You wouldn't, like. Let's say you it's almost like if you use like, let's say, birth control contraceptives and you're secular, right? Why would you even care? There's going to be no, statistically very little likely that nothing will happen if you had sex with a girl, right? I mean, so it's like negligible. Why would you even think about this? It wouldn't make any sense. So yes, I wouldn't even put thoughts to this. Like I would just be living my life, having ice cream, going beach, doing other things. I wouldn't drink alcohol or anything because I don't like, but maybe even, to be honest, actually I don't want to say it like that, but I wouldn't live really religiously, no. If you were for sure held out, but it could be right that I would still give it a 4 out of 5. I don't say it's like, I mean, that's more, and scientists would have to.
But
I
at
think
4 out of 5, is that even a belief anymore?
For
Like,
is
is
it not a
like
belief anymore? A belief, I would say, is mostly a 1. I mean, I would say a belief would be something like, I
I mean,
believe,
like
sure.
UFOs and aliens. I don't believe that.
Sure, I
but
put that as
it's on
I put that as a 1. Like, I mean, there's some fake footage that's probably fake, and there's nothing. I mean,
there
that's a
might
1.
be a
Yeah,
seed of truth to it. I'd put that as a, I don't know,
no, that's a
2,
1. That's a 1. Yes.
1 maybe, but I wouldn't call that a belief. Would you call a 4 a belief? Would you call, like, I feel like a belief would be like a 7+ or something.
Have you talked about psychology, right? Have you seen like somewhat like in like a lot of other disciplines in science, you'll have like, let's say, a correlation of like 0.7, right? And that's pretty, like, let's say SAT correlates to IQ 0.7. That's something, right? That is true. That is true, actually, what I just said, at least in the past. But that is something that could be pretty much true, and that's pretty good evidence for that, right? But if you have something like, I mean, a lot of psychologists will have random things and they'll have the correlations 0.22, right? You can't just completely brush them off. But yeah, there's nothing, it's not definitive like a 0.7 or anything, right? So I mean, yeah. So I mean, that's kind of how I would view it then. Yeah.
Yeah, the way I see it is you think a lot about the possibilities and the numbers and
Sure.
the math, right? And
And I'm not an average Muslim. I don't think an average Muslim looks at it this way. They don't. I even family members. I have some family members who are practicing. Dude, they don't think of they do not think of it. They don't even think of it in the ways I'm thinking of. They don't have like, I don't know if it's the intellect or whether it's like, I don't know what it is, right? I mean, it could be maybe. I mean, actually, some of them are smarter than
you
me.
mentioned OCD that could
Yes.
play into it, and
A little bit, yeah, maybe.
like in the way that you don't want to let the thought go before you figure it out, or you
Yes.
keep thinking about it again and again and again.
I'm very stubborn on things, programming everything. I will not rest till I get. I mean, there are things you cannot know, right? Like you cannot know what happened for the universe scientifically, right? So I mean, I won't, like, I can rest on that, right? But if something
So,
is,
the way that I'm seeing it is the mere plausibility, or the fact that it's not a 0% chance that there
Yes.
is a hell, and the
Yes.
fact that you're seeing some kind of plausibility to how come so many other people would be following it, and it's one version allegedly.
The
It's
many
mostly
people
the
following
fear.
it is not in that 70%. I mean, it.
So you said 1.6 billion. What if the number was
No.
1 million?
No. I know what you're saying exactly. Hard to explain.
If it was just like 1 million Muslims in the world,
the 1.6 billion people believing Islam, and the reason that the Quran was preserved with 1.6 billion people believing it are two separate things. For example, the fact that it could be preserved with 1.6 billion is a huge thing, right? I mean, it's pretty hard to do, right? But just 1.6 billion people believing anything alone, like you could say Christianity, right, does not impress me at all. 1.2 billion people believe in atheism.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if it was just the same Quran, the same preservation,
but 1 million people,
1 million
right?
people in the world.
My evidence would be, assuming with this hell and everything, right? My evidence would be 5 or 6 then. 5 probably. But with 1.6 billion, it's genuinely like a 7, I would say.
So the number plays into it.
Yes, I mean, if yes, definitely. I mean, 1.6 billion.
But you don't have a particular scale for it. You're just going by feel of if it was 1 million.
Yeah, this isn't science. I never said this was science or anything, right? I mean,
no, I'm not accusing you of it.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure it out.
Correct. Yeah, you got it. Yep.
I just hope that, I know that fear is a huge driver in your religion, or at least adherence to it.
No, it is. I agree. Fear of God. Yes, you are right. You are right.
It's not necessarily just fear of God. It's fear of all these consequences that God laid out for people who don't obey him.
Correct.
So
yes.
it's fear of hell mostly, and fear of God. Can I ask you this, and feel free not to answer it?
Go for it.
Do you love God?
I don't like how. I mean, are you saying this like yes? I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously. I mean, yes.
Like, can you describe that emotion?
Sure. I mean, to be honest with you, when I go to, let's say when I wake up, right? I eat food. My life is so easy. I mean, honestly, right? Even though I gave up a little bit and things, right? I mean, it's so easy, right? I wake up, I program, and I get paid more than like 80% of the American, even more than 90% probably the American population, right? everything has just been blessed. I mean, I eat good food. I have a good family.
It
All in
sounds
good
like you're
health.
grateful, right?
I mean, yeah, but if I attribute that to him, I love him that he gave. Even if he gave me nothing, though, I would love him. But the thing is, I love him, dude. I mean, yeah.
It sounds like gratefulness, but is that what love means to you? Like how?
Yes, I mean, I love my father because I'm grateful for him. My father, for example, if he never paid my tuition bills, right, I would never become a programmer. I would never become.
But would you still love him?
Yeah. If he could not afford, if he gave his whole intentionality for me and everything, he tried his best. Obviously, yes.
So is God sacrificing anything? Because God can be the most generous in existence, and it doesn't
Yes.
cost him a breath.
No,
right?
definitely. But I know it sounds corny as shit, but he tests the ones he loves, right? Maybe, I mean, that's what you kind of hear, right? And I believe he is testing me, but he's testing me. He's not even been that. I'm grateful. He's testing me. Hasn't even been like as hard as. I mean, I haven't dealt with, honestly. Like, can I ask you a question? Have you ever dealt with something like huge, like let's say your parents getting bombed or so? I don't know what country you're from, but something even similar to this or anything.
I'm not gonna say the situation, but I've dealt with some heavy things. Yeah.
Okay, you don't say anything. I don't want you to. Actually, even I'm on you. I believe if you, let's say, revealed yourself, people, Muslims, a lot of them are not mannered in a way they would try. Yeah, I agree with you. But the thing is, that, like, overall, do you think your life's been comfortable?
More than average, I would say yes.
I mean, look at. Yeah, I don't know how to even explain
But
it, right?
that's not a metric though, because then you
Look
would
at the
look
early Muslims. Look at how their lives were. Look at how much they had to give up. Look at Omar.
Yeah,
Look,
but
I mean, yes,
that way, if you look at someone suffering today, you would still tell them God loves you and is testing you.
yes,
So
I would.
however comfortable we are has no bearing on how we should love God.
I agree with you on that, but I mean, I'm grateful for these things. I love them, but even if I did not, right? The fact that everyone's alive, right? The
But
fact that
what
I'm
makes you so
alive,
certain, though? You say even if I didn't, I would still love him. How do you know? Like, have
I
you
don't.
lived that experience?
No. Actually, can I be honest with you? I've never been testing that way. Maybe if I lost everything, who knows? I don't know, honestly. To be honest, I've noticed most people. I mean, this is gonna be so weird, but let's say if you're in a higher socioeconomic, like I was saying earlier, right? Like my parents, right? I don't want to reveal what they do, but they've been nothing immoral or anything good professions, but we've been very blessed, right? And they are not even religious, to be honest with you. But the thing is, if most people who are pretty socioeconomic class, I think some of them can be a little more immoral, but a lot of them are even moral, but a lot of not moral, but more at least in a like the way we're thinking of it, like a human mindset. If you're thinking a human mindset, but a lot of them are less religious, right? I mean, it's almost like across cultures. I think some cultures it's less. For example, I've noticed if you go to like Somali communities, they're far even they're religious no matter what income demographic you go to. If you go to Indian demographic, even then I've noticed they'll go way less in religion. Like if you just look at Shah Rukh Khan, Amir Khan, or any of these type of actors, and I mean they have Hindu, they don't follow at all. But if you don't want to put judgment on them, but I'm just being honest, right? I think even if you ask them, a lot of them they would say they don't follow. I don't want to judge them. They could be. I know Amir went to Mecca because his mother, but I don't want to put my judgment on them. I'm sorry, I take that back. But I mean, from what I'm observing, right, I don't want to judge them like that. But if you go to what's it called, the Eastern what's it called? Like if you go like to a lot of Eastern European Muslims, like Bosnians, right? They overall have a higher standard of living than a lot of other Muslims, but they tone down religiosity. If you look at the Turks, same thing. Even Turks, honestly, if you look at it,
how does that compare to you're saying your gratefulness for what you have?
No. What I'm saying is I'm an anomaly in that because even a lot of other people, like even who have gone higher in socioeconomic class, usually have decreased in religious. I've gone pretty high in socioeconomic class. If I compare even to my peers, they're way less religious than me.
Well,
They
you
look
know
at
why
me like
that is, in my opinion?
Okay.
It's because people who are very needy, who need hope, who see that they might die poor, and they're like, it's not just about accumulating wealth, but for example, they can't afford the medication for their children, things like that. They want hope, and if they look to this idea that things will be okay after death, that everything's happening for a reason. But if someone's life is going okay, they have less chances to be desperate for this, so that without that desperation,
you're right. You're 100% right. Look at Indonesia; they were not very religious, and when their economy completely tanked, you're right.
And it seems to me like, forgive me if I'm going off on a limb here, but there's a bit of this desperation for you because of the fear of the statistic plausibility as you think of hell.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. I mean, I am intellectually honest. I will admit it. Yes, you're right.
Well, I really hope that someday, like, I hope that you're happy, whatever belief you end up with or keep the same one. I hope that you don't end up living a life so far from what you think of as like the secularism kind of
Okay.
mindset to the
Right.
point. No, it's not about how far away from it you are. What I want to say is, I hope you don't go so far as to it becomes very difficult for you to survive with your, Sharia lifestyle or Islamic lifestyle. Because as you said, like, it's very hard to avoid a mortgage in today's world and things
Yeah,
like that.
even there's a hadith where like whoever doesn't consume interest will be swept by his dust, right? I mean, even then it was. I'm sorry to. I cannot see your face, but I can see your kind of expression. But yeah, I know it. Yeah.
Oh, you can't see my face? Why not?
No, I mean I'm seeing your face. Your face.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
But I knew your expression. I could just. I vividly could dream. I'm just sorry. I'm playing with you, but yeah.
Yeah, well, whatever happens, I hope that you land somewhere comfortable. And even if you retain your faith, I hope that fear is not a factor anymore. Because I think, that's just my opinion, I think a perfect God, would not want fear to be any component. Like, you could argue that God could use fear as a tool to stop people from harming each other, but not as a tool to make them worship him, because at that point, what's even the value of that worship if it's just for fear? Like,
I don't know. I mean, it goes to that thing, right? I mean, I think fear has some good things in some ways. Like, for example, like, I mean, not in a horrible way, but let's say you fear you'll what's it called? If you do not work, you will not be able to eat, right? I mean, assuming you're not disabled, right? Then I mean, you'll work, right? If you have some, I agree in these kind of things. I see where you're coming from logically in terms of like, let's say it doesn't affect him, right? That's what you're trying to come to, right? And I mean, logically, I see what you're saying from a human mindset, but I have to trust his judgment over mine and unless like that stack of or something like that, because then the evidence I'm basing it off is completely off, right? If that pillar is gone, then I mean, then I really. Yeah, then I mean then like I told you, I'll have shawarma. Me and you can maybe one day even have a shawarma. Then we'll just try, and then right, and even if we.
Well, you're buying because it sounds like you get paid enough to.
Okay,
buy
I'll buy. I'll even put a Diet Coke there, right? So, but
how generous! How generous of
maybe
you.
a baklava. Maybe if you give me the hat.
Wow.
Maybe if you give me the signature. Is it even a branded hat or is it just unbranded? Honestly, it looks very.
It's unbranded.
That's very cool. Very cool. But
I'm not a hat guy. It's just it's a thing.
Have you
just
ever
for the camera?
non-wear the hat? Is the hat so no one identifies you by your hair? Is that the reason? If you don't want me asking.
Not quite. It's just easier to just wear it and have.
Have you done a video without it?
Look.
I've never.
Yeah.
I don't see.
Yeah. There's a bunch
okay.
of
So
videos of it.
it's not.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just easier to be consistent this way, and it's just like, my look, and people don't have to keep up with my appearance, day to day. But yeah, that way it's just one look.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I thought for a minute actually it was so you don't get identified. That'd be a probably smarter way because then nobody could even.
Well,
see your
it's
head.
a little too late for me to do that. I started off without it, and that was my mistake. But I think it still, provides some degree of anonymity. So
that's good.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, thank you for calling in today. And I know that time just kept running. I
Oh,
did
it's been
notice
an
the
hour.
time, but I did.
Yeah, it's been a while. No, it was a good chat. I think hopefully it was beneficial for you. It was good for me.
Yeah, likewise.
Cool.
Thanks for calling in today, and I wish you good luck on your journey throughout secularism and secularism infested lands. And yeah.
Thank you. I wish you luck too.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. A lot of you have been watching for the whole 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's insane. Thank you so much for being here this whole time. I really appreciate it. I always aim for these to be 2 hours or something, but I just can't stop people from calling in, and especially when I'm really interested in what they have to say. There's going to be another one during the weekend for a different time zone, but if you've watched this one, why the heck would you watch me talk again for 3 hours? Like, take a break and then watch my content next week. There's going to be hopefully an interesting drawn, illustrated video about a story with Moses in it next week. So anyhow, thanks everyone for watching. And as always, wait, did I miss any comments? Yeah, I missed some comments. Sorry for that fake. Frodo, thanks for the super chat. Not just Shiaz. Why did I make that noise? Berelvis and grave worship may or may not be kufr. Even the borders of apostasy isn't clear. And that seems like a pretty big deal. No. Yeah, that was a commentary on what we were talking about earlier. Non-crazy cat lady, so happy to see you back on TikTok, and the kitties too. Thank you. Thanks for the super chat. And I know you're probably asleep now, but go follow me on TikTok. And lastly, Frodo says, he keeps saying he doesn't know, so why can't God be 3 in 1 at the same time? God doesn't need to make sense to us. God can do what God wants. We touched on the topic of somewhat polytheism in Islam, and yeah, maybe we'll get his thoughts on it again someday. Thank you everyone for being here. I've been reading your comments as much as I can. And this time for real, as always, think critically and think for yourself.